Chapter 616. The next day, Jing W.A.N. G. Fu's housewarming banquet. Lu Tan was conferred the title of Jing W.N. G. after the Shuangyang meeting. The Wang Fu had been built for 3 months. For today's banquet, preparations had started half a month in advance. Yu Shu came a bit late. The Celestial Commissioner was not far from Jing W.N. G. Fu, but she had to return to Wang Ji Tower to change out of her official robes before taking a carriage here. Considering that her status was different now, Yu Shu did not dress like a normal woman. Instead, she wore an apricot yellow gown with a belt, a fragrant pouch and jade pendant on her waist. She wore half boots, her hair was tied up high, revealing her forehead. She only wore a jade gourd hairpin that dyed her eyebrows. Her neat and tidy appearance made her look more energetic and beautiful than wearing a long dress. Outside the gates of the Wang Fu, there were already red lanterns and colored silk. There was an endless stream of carriages and horses in front of the gates. It was very lively. Yu Shu did not have an appointment with anyone. At the gates, she did meet 1 or 2 Celestial Commissioner officials, but they were only nodding acquaintances. But now that she was famous, even if they weren't familiar, there were many people willing to come forward to talk, regardless of whether her response was cold or warm. But once she entered the banquet hall, it was not good for these people to follow her. Because the seats were different, Yu Shu was personally led to a round table by the manager in charge of welcoming guests in the garden. Unsurprisingly, she saw many familiar faces, and one of them was loudly talking. At that time, the entire Fengqing Palace was silent. Only a voice from the Celestial Commissioner's side could be heard shouting, "Are you bullying our Celestial Commissioner for not having anyone? Let me show you the true power of calling the wind and summoning the rain." Everyone turned to look. Do you know who stood up? The people sitting at this table were all young people of illustrious backgrounds. Shui Rui hadn't arrived yet. Feng Xiaomiao was holding a pair of silver sandalwood chopsticks in one hand and vividly telling a story that had recently become popular in the tea houses and wineries in the capital. He didn't notice Yu Shu, who was walking up from behind him. But when the others saw her, some held back their laughter and did not remind her. Others opened their mouths to call out, "Lianfang Gunyang." That's right. Feng Xiaomiao's chopsticks hit the table and said excitedly, "Isn't it her?" Yu Shu raised her eyebrows and folded her arms. She stood silently behind Feng Xiaomiao, waiting for him to continue. "If my father didn't tell me personally, I wouldn't believe it. We all know Lotus Fang. Which one of you can see that she has such immortal means? Let me tell you, when I first met her, I thought she was just an ordinary person. She was not famous and had no family background. He doesn't look smart at all." Seeing that Feng Xiaomiao was getting more and more unreliable, a kind-hearted person at the table finally coughed twice and interrupted him. He stood up and smiled at the person behind him. "Miaoling messenger, you're here. We've been waiting for you for quite a while. Come and have a seat." The person who spoke was the good guy Qi Mingxiu. Following that, several people at the table stood up to greet her. It wasn't that they wanted to be reserved and distant, but because of the warm title bestowed on Yu Shu. It was indeed effective. Feng Xiaomiao stiffened his neck and turned his head. He saw Yu Shu standing behind him with a smile on her face. He quivered and quickly stood up, laughing dryly. Lian Fang, you're here. Look, he can't even speak fluently." Yu Shu also ignored him. She nodded to everyone and sat on the empty seat next to him. There was another seat on the side. It was just left for Shui Rui. Many people around them were quietly sizing her up. Regardless of whether they had seen her before or not, from Qi Mingxiu's words, they knew that this elegant young woman was the Miaoling emissary appointed by the emperor. "Speak. Why don't you continue?" Yu Shu tilted her head. She smiled at Feng Xiaomiao and said, "So I wasn't a smart person in your eyes." Feng Zhaomiao scratched his head and smiled apologetically. He picked up the wine pot and poured her a cup of wine, saying, "I was just saying it casually, don't take it to heart. This cup of wine is my apology to you." Of course Yu Shu wouldn't take it to heart. If Feng Zhaomiao was a coward, why would Shui Rui have such a deep friendship with him? So she took his cup of wine. Her almond-shaped eyes flashed and she shook her sleeve to cover her mouth. She tilted her head back and drank. Her slender neck arched and her chin half raised. Her posture was unspeakably beautiful. There was no lack of youngsters at the table who were looking at her in a daze. When the people at the table saw Yu Shu's situation, their mood was somewhat complicated. Just a few months ago, this little girl was only taken care of by Shui Rui. Although they were courteous to her on the surface, in fact, she wasn't worth their attention. Who would have thought that today, even they would have to be courteous to her? Rui Lin raised his wine cup and said, Come, come, the host has not arrived yet, let us first borrow a place to congratulate the Lotus Chamber on being conferred the title. When the golden seal is issued, you can hold a banquet and don't forget to invite us to try our luck." When little Ju Yi spoke, everyone agreed. A few people who knew Yu Shu also came up to join in the fun. These people had sent invitations to Yu Shu's residence before, but it was like a stone sinking into the sea. Now that they finally caught her, how could they let her go? Not long after, Yu Shu was offered 4 or 5 cups of wine. Because they had good intentions, she didn't hesitate to refuse. But the wine at the banquet was slightly spicy. She had been busy in the Celestial Commissioner's office for the whole afternoon and had an empty stomach. When the cold wine entered her stomach, it was inevitable that she would feel uncomfortable. Seeing that more and more people were surrounding her, and cup after cup of wine was handed to her endlessly, she couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. She secretly frowned. Just as she was about to drink another 2 cups, an arm stretched out from her shoulder. The moon blue sleeves were embroidered with pine and cypress patterns. The slender fingers brushed past the back of her hand and took the cup of wine in front of her. At the same time, a sweet chuckle sounded behind her. "Why did you take advantage of my absence to bully my little sister's wine?" Seeing who was standing behind Yu Shu, everyone was speechless. They all tactfully touched their noses and took their wine cups away. Yu Shu secretly heaved a sigh of relief. She turned around and raised her head, and what she saw was Shui Rui's refined and handsome face. She couldn't help but narrow her eyes, and she thought happily in her heart. This man is very good. Shui Rui consciously sat on the empty seat next to Yu Shu. Rui Lin smiled and said, "Brother Rui, you are wrong to say that. We are congratulating Miss Lianfang. Why did you say that we deliberately made her drink? Lianfang, you also come and judge, did we bully you just now?" Yu Shu glanced at him. Why did she feel that this young Lord Rui's words were strange? Shui Rui didn't wait for Yu Shu to speak. He put the wine cup in his hand on the table and said, "You also have to pick the time. What day is it today? It's better not to be a noisy guest." Yu Shu suddenly came back to her senses. Yes, today is a happy day for Lu Tan to leave the palace and start a career. She is here to drink a cup of wine. Being complimented by others, when Lu Tan comes and sees it later, how can he be happy? Was Rui Lin's action unintentional or intentional? Yu Shu's eyes were slightly cold. When she was about to speak, she heard Feng Zhaomiao said, "Your Highness is here." With a call in the courtyard, everyone stopped talking and turned to look at the entrance of the banquet. They saw a man in a purple robe with golden wings on his head. Lu Tan, with a jade ribbon on his shoulder, walked in with his hands behind his back, surrounded by several palace servants. And the people on his left and right sides were also eye-catching. The current right commander Jing Qin was recognized by most people, but the delicate woman sitting on the wooden wheelchair on the other side was unfamiliar to many people. Yu Shu saw Shui Yun sitting in a wheelchair and frowned. Some unpleasant memories surfaced in his mind. Deep into the night, the last wave of guests came out of Jing Wang Fu in groups. Everyone said their goodbyes at the door. Lu Tan personally saw them off. After a whole night of good wine and food, singing and dancing, the men drank a little too much. One by one, they were helped onto the carriage by the servants who caught up to the door. Yu Shu, Shui Rui, Jing Chen and Shu Wei Yun were left behind. Many thanks for your hospitality, Your Highness. We will also leave now. The road is dark, take care. Lu Tan was clearly the one who drank the most tonight. Even though he had drunk some hangover tea halfway through, when the night wind blew, his fair face became bright red. The Princess Fu's soft sedan was first carried over. The maids pushed the wooden wheelchair to the side of the steps. Yushu watched coldly as Jing Chen easily carried Shui Yun and sent her to the side of the sedan. When she turned, Shui Yun faced her, her chin obediently rested on Jing Chen's shoulder. Her bright eyes met Yushu's gaze for the first time tonight. Yushu and Shui Yun sat at the same table the whole night. There were a few people between them. They didn't say a word, pretending that they didn't know each other. Yushu was still wondering if this little shimmy knew her identity as the one who broke her fate when she heard Shui Yun suddenly speak, Lianfang Gunyang. At her call, Jing Chen's footsteps paused. His back was slightly stiff, but no one noticed. Shui Rui, who was whispering to the thin Lu Tan, shifted his attention. He faintly glanced at the female disciple of Mount Longhu that he didn't have much interaction with. Yushu only responded with one word, "N." I have some private things to talk to you. Because my legs are inconvenient, can you come to the Princess Fu to find me tomorrow? Shui Yun's voice was soft and weak. It seemed like she was begging. Yushu didn't give her any face. She coldly said, I have official business to do. I don't have time to accept your invitation. Shui Yun stubbornly stared at her and said, It's an important matter. It's related to you. I'm not interested. Yushu didn't want to talk to her anymore. She cupped her hands towards Lu Tan and strode to Shui Rui's carriage across the street. Lao Chui quickly jumped off the carriage and opened the curtain for her. Shui Yun turned her head and stared at her back. The next moment, she was stuffed into the sedan by Jing Chen. Then he jumped on the horse and left first. From the beginning to the end, he didn't say a word to Yushu. Lu Tan confusedly turned his head and asked Shui Rui, what happened to them? Shui Rui said, nothing. It's windy. Your Highness, please go in. Then he waved his hand at Lao Chui. When the carriage got close, he went in. When the carriage and the sedan left, Lu Tan's eyes suddenly became clear. He thoughtfully stared at the direction where they left. In the carriage, Shui Rui said to Yushu, who was depressed, Tell me. What happened between you and Shui Yun? I think there's a hidden meaning in her words. You don't like her. This could be traced back to the time when Yushu and Shui Yun were kidnapped by Prince Ning. Shui Yun's scheme made her suffer a loss. At that time, Yushu hid it from Shui Rui. She didn't want to bring it up to embarrass herself. So, she snorted and said, I just don't like her. She thinks she's smart. The words, think she's smart, were used to describe people like Shui Yun. If it wasn't for her, she and Jing Chen wouldn't be in this situation. At least, they would still be friends. Oh right, what's the matter with Ruilin? Yushu tried to change the topic. I think there's something wrong with him tonight. His words are all so weird. Shui Rui shook his head, he's aiming at me. Ha! Aren't you two good friends? Chapter 6:17. When they returned to the princess residence, Jing Chen sent Shui Yun back to the courtyard. He stood by the window and didn't leave. The servant sensed that the atmosphere wasn't right, so they silently brought in hot tea and hot water. The two maids were about to help Shui Yun wash up. They had just wrung out a handkerchief when they heard Jing Chen's cold voice, "All of you go out of the courtyard. No one is allowed to stay." Soon, only the two of them were left in the room. It was so quiet outside that not even a cat could be heard. "What do you want to do now?" Jing Chen turned his head and coldly glanced at Shui Yun. He didn't plan on taking her to the banquet today, but he didn't know who told Lu Tan that someone from the prince's residence would come early in the morning. In order to prevent her from scheming behind his back, he could only take her with him and watch over her. He knew that Shui Yun had the Baigan heart orifice, so he didn't say a word to Yu Shu the whole night. He was afraid that she would see the clues and hide it from him. Shui Yun wasn't angry at his questioning and asked him back, "Senior Marshal brother, what do you think I want to do?" "I just want to invite Miss Yu to come over and talk to me to relieve my boredom. I'm not familiar with the people in the capital. Other than you and Zhongyun, she's the only girl I know." Of course, Jing Chen didn't believe her words. He looked at the weak and helpless young girl in front of him who had been tortured by her disability. He didn't know when she had become a stranger. He didn't understand why his previously naive and lively junior marshal sister would harm others and herself without a guilty conscience. Shui Yun didn't care about the way he looked at her and sighed, "It's a pity that Miss Yu still seems to hate me." "You wanted to kill her, so how can she not hate you?" Only then did Shui Yun raise her head to look at him. Her hands drooped weakly on her knees. "Senior Marshal brother, have you forgotten that I was the one who lost my arms and legs and can't walk?" "Not her." Jing Chen saw her actions and instantly felt guilty. No matter what, Uncle Master let her go down the mountain. The letter had instructed him to protect her from the disaster, but he hadn't done it. Shui Yun didn't miss the slightest expression on his face. She smiled and softly said, "Senior Marshal brother, think about it calmly. Miss Yu's good fortune today was also because of me. If I hadn't been injured to this extent, I wouldn't have recommended her to sit at Heavy Cloud's banquet. How did she become famous in the Twin Sons gathering? If I had not forced you to sever your ties with her, how could she have escaped the death of two people from the LoveLore Library because of her closeness to you? Just because she was recuperating in the princess residence, she really did not know that someone had mysteriously died in LoveLore Library." Others did not know the details, but she could guess a thing or two. Someone was trying to kill the person beside Jing Chen. Hearing her last sentence, Jing Chen's eyes flashed with sharpness. It was so fast that even Shui Yun did not notice it. She only heard him ask in a low voice, "Who told you that someone died in the LoveLore Library?" It had already been a month since he had moved her out of the eldest princess residence and changed out the maids and guards that had been keeping an eye on him and reporting back to her. Zhan Shuyuan had only died a few days ago, so how would she know? Shui Yun smiled. She was well aware of Jing Chen's thoughts. She looked at Jing Chen with a gentle expression. Just like many years ago, she looked at the little Xixiang who was always far away from the others of the same sect, but whose eyes were filled with envy. He probably did not know that even though he had not been happy or sad these years. But those were pure thoughts. They were all imprinted in that pair of eyes that were as clear as a stream. Only she could understand his thoughts. Xixiang. So silly that it made one's heart ache. You think that just because people see me, I can only obediently recuperate and wait for you to send me back to the mountain? Shui Yun shook her head, saying, "Only by staying by your side, and waiting for you to lose your life, can I be at ease." As she said this, she lowered her head to look at her soft and powerless hands and said, "There is another reason why I went down the mountain this time. It is to help the Celestial Commissioner sort out the ancient Taoist books. Although I can't lift my hands right now, it's not a problem to go out. Today, I showed up at Prince Jing's residence. It is expected that the Celestial Commissioner will send someone to greet me in a few days. Tell me, should I go or not?" Jing Chen naturally did not want her to go. He and Yushu were both at the Celestial Commissioner's side. If she got involved, it would be difficult to guarantee that it would not be a bad thing. I know that Xixiang doesn't want me to go, Shui Yun said softly, but I am really lonely at home. Why don't we make a deal? You invite Miss Yu over and talk to me. I promise you that I won't go out. Otherwise, Xixiang will not be able to make the decision for me. Jing Chen stared at her, pursed his lips, and turned to leave without saying a word. Shui Yun looked at his lonely back and a trace of sadness appeared on her pale face. She silently said, Silly Xixiang, I am doing this for your own good. In the second half of the month, the Kunling Bureau became busy. The marriage of the officials became secondary. At the end of the month, they had to submit the schedule for the next month's imperial concubines. Today, Yushu came very early. From the clock tower to the entrance of the bureau, she smiled and returned greetings to the people who greeted her. Anyone could see that she was in a good mood. Lu Hong and Su Qing, one on the left and one on the right, followed closely behind her. One was a wily old fox, one was a rash youth. Both of them were secretly rejoicing in their hearts. Previously, they were still somewhat envious of their bodyguard team and laughed at them for following a female official. Now, look, in just a few days, this young female Darren of theirs seemed to have stepped on a blue cloud under her feet, leaping up another level. Yushu passed by the corridor. From the window, she saw Wen Shao, and who was immersed in copying words in the great study. Seeing his diligence early in the morning, she was very satisfied. She admired this kind of person who was willing to work hard. Entering the study, Wen Shao rose to greet her. Good morning, Darren. Last night, Yushu had caught a glimpse of him at Jing Wang Fu's banquet. He was sitting in an inconspicuous corner and didn't fawn over Lu Tan like the others. This made her feel that she was dutiful. He had already become her person. How could he still think of hugging Jing Wang Fu's thigh? You don't have to be so reserved in private. Do your work. Yushu casually said. Wen Shao didn't take it seriously. He put down the desk and took the tea that he had prepared ahead of time to put it in front of her before returning to his work. Yushu blew on the tea flowers and leaned against the window to look at the Persian chrysanthemums in full bloom along the corridor. She enjoyed the bright morning sun and felt very comfortable. In the end, it was because of the good news that Shui Rui told her last night. The marriage between the Shui family and the Counts Fu had fallen through. She admitted that she was narrow-minded and didn't want Shui Rui to have an unclear relationship with other women. When she heard about this from Rui Zizhu at the hibiscus banquet, it wasn't that she didn't feel disgusted, but when she thought that she had no choice, she could empathize with Shui Rui. Shui Rui didn't disappoint her understanding in vain. He silently solved this problem, and he didn't drag it on just because he cherished the brotherhood between him and Ruilin, nor did he care about the pressure from old Minister Shui. How could she not be happy with this? Yushu pondered. Shui Rui had performed so well, she should give him some reward. But what did he lack? It seemed that he didn't lack anything. She only gave him a Mujiang fan. She didn't have anything better on hand. She started to worry again. She felt like there was a pine ball in her heart. If she didn't give him something, she wouldn't feel good. When he collected his thoughts, he saw the two guards standing in the corridor as door guards and called them over. I have been working in the building for the past 2 days. Have you been standing outside like this? She frowned and asked. Lu Hong was shocked and worried that she was dissatisfied. Su Qing answered foolishly, Yes, Your Excellency. Lu Hong hurriedly added, I didn't dare to leave my post without permission. I am at your command at any time. Yushu felt that it was a waste of these two strong workers. It was okay to go out at ordinary times. She cherished her life and wouldn't let them go far away. But Kunling Bureau was very safe. There was Jing Chen upstairs. Who could break in and strangle her in the daytime? In the future, when you come in the morning, you don't have to stand guard at the door. Just walk around the Celestial Commissioner's office. If you see or hear anything new, come back in the afternoon and tell me. Don't wander around. There was only one Xiao and in the room. Yu Shu didn't hide her words from him. Wen Xiao and didn't raise his head and just talked to the stacks of files on the table. Su Qing scratched his head. When he was about to ask what was new, he was pulled by his arm by Lu Hong. He said, "I know. I will go and do my work now." Yu Shu nodded secretly. This Lu Hong was someone who knew what he was doing. As for the other one, he was a little dazed. It wasn't a bad thing. After sending the two of them out, Yu Shu didn't bother about what kind of reward she should give Shui Rui. She collected her thoughts and sat back at the desk. She picked up the secret booklet that was sent over from the palace yesterday and compared it with the records in the Kunling Bureau. The booklet recorded the future of the Kuei water of the ladies of the One Moon Palace, their physical conditions, and so on. This secret book wasn't directly sent to her by Shanggong Bureau. It had passed through several people. She was new and had to guard against people scheming against her. As expected, after this check, she found several inconspicuous errors. They seemed insignificant, and it was just a matter of who had one more or one less day. But if one strand was touched, it could affect the betting arrangements for an entire month. She circled them with a red brush and guessed that this was a method used by the women in the palace to fight for favor. The current emperor's harem was full. Empress Ruisher held the Phoenix seal and had no children. Her position was high but empty. Next to her was noble consort Shui. This beauty, who had long been known as the most beautiful in the harem, had only given birth to one imperial son. In addition, there were 4 consorts. Shu consort Yin Shi was the daughter of the most prominent official, the Yin family. Ning Wang was her son. Xian consort Lu Shi was Lu Yi's birth mother. She had been reprimanded by the emperor because the imperial envoy had no head. Although she didn't demote her position, she didn't have long to live. There were also a few concubines, a few nobles, and a few beauties. Those who had raised princes and princesses were conferred titles. These were all listed in the secret book. Generally speaking, they could have one day in a month. But if the concubines of a higher rank had their periods delayed by 1 or 2 days, then some people had to wait until the next month. Interesting. Yu Shu found something fishy. She wasn't afraid to waste time. She made a table and arranged the number of times the women in the harem had betting and waiting for time. Using modern mathematics to calculate the frequency, she got an interesting result. Chapter 6:18. Yu Shu was not in a hurry to investigate the situation, but the women in the palace could not sit still. They all knew that there were 2 new Darren in the Kunling Bureau. All the palaces and halls had ideas and sent the paternal family outside the palace to move around. But it was almost the end of the month and there was no news. It made people anxious. So early that morning, after the imperial concubines and nobles went to the empress to pay their respects, one group went east and one group went west to ask for help. Imperial consort Shui's Zhongcui Palace had the most women. Even though this group of women lived deep in the palace, they were not blind and deaf. They found out that the 2 new officials of the Kunling Bureau were more or less related to Imperial consort Shui, so they all came here to gather. In the months that Lu Furen left her post, I heard that Junior Supervisor Ren was in charge of the Kunling Bureau. There are only 30 days a month. It is right that the Empress took up 5 days. But there are some who are not as high as the concubines who have good days every month. For example, Sun Guiren of Kongning Palace served His Majesty for 2 days last month. Nyang Nyang, you only served 3 days. Concubine Zhao, who had just been promoted at the beginning of the year, had an unconvinced expression. She twisted to sit on the embroidered stool, her watery eyes looking anxiously at Imperial Consort Shue as though she was defending her. Everyone knew that Junior Supervisor Ren was the son-in-law of the Count of Zhongyongfu and had married the niece of the Empress. Another concubine, Liang Guiren, who had just gotten a little princess last year, timidly interjected, "This servant hasn't seen the Emperor's face for 3 months. It's not that this servant has an extravagant hope. The 18th princess is still young, and His Majesty hasn't seen her many times." Imperial Consort Shue covered her mouth with a silk handkerchief between her 2 fingers that were like white bamboo shoots. She yawned and listened to their complaints. When no one spoke, she slowly moved her lips. "His Majesty has conferred the title of Miaoling Emissary at the Land and Water Conference. She is the new female Imperial of Kunling Bureau. Ben Gong will send someone to deliver the token later. If you want to meet this extraordinary person, you can come tomorrow morning." The women all had joyful expressions and answered, "All right, if there's anything to say it tomorrow. Ben Gong has a headache, go back and rest." Now that the group of people had achieved their goal, they tactfully got up and left. Standing by the side of the soft couch, the chief palace maid Song Lan signaled to the 2 palace maids with her eyes. She ordered them to stand outside the hall, rolled down the curtain, and bent down to massage noble Consort Shue's legs. Discontentedly, she said, "Master, why do you care about them? They are all fence-sitters." When Madame Lu was still the Celestial Commissioner, you should have known better. All of them went to Yongla Palace all day to curry favor with honored Consort Shu. After young Master Ren finished supervising, they all went around the Empress. Now, they came to you to pick a fight. Noble Consort Shu smiled and said, "That's right. It's because of this that the palace is so lively. Our Zhongzui Palace has been deserted for quite a while. It's time to have more people." Song Lan pouted, "You have such a good temper. You should let them meet with some rebuffs and beg a few more times. How can you let them get what they want so easily?" Granny Tao walked in with a jade porcelain tray and heard the maid's voice. He glared at her and scolded in a low voice, "You little girl, you're talking nonsense in front of Master again." This Granny Tao was noble Consort Shue's wit nurse since she was a child. She had served for nearly 40 years and was in her 50s. She didn't have any children and placed all her heart on noble Consort Shue. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she was noble Consort Shue's most trusted person. Song Lan didn't dare to make a sound. She obediently lowered her head and washed the dishes for her master. Noble Consort Shu looked at what Granny Tao was carrying and asked casually, "What is it?" Granny Tao said with a smile, "His Majesty ate milk cheese made from milk cows for breakfast. He remembered that Your Highness likes to eat it and specially ordered the Imperial Kitchen to send it over." Noble Consort Shu raised her eyebrows. "Which palace did His Majesty rest in last night?" Eating breakfast before the morning court session and still thinking of her and casually sending food over, he probably wasn't at the consort's place last night. Song Lan continued in a low voice, "Last night, it was Sun Gairen's turn in Kongning Palace. His Majesty didn't ask her to be carried and went to Xixia Palace by herself." Noble Consort Shue's peach blossom eyes narrowed into slits. Xixia Palace was originally Consort De's residence. The previous Consort De had a weak physique and passed away 3 years ago due to a serious illness. The main palace was empty, and after this Sun Guiren gained favor, she occupied a side palace. There really was no tiger in the mountains. Noble Consort Shu had some impression of this new Sun Guiren. She had been selected last year and was the daughter of the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Revenue. She was 2 times younger than her and had a delicate appearance that was very attractive. Based on noble Consort Shue's understanding of Emperor Zhao Qing over the years, she knew that this was the style that Sun Guiren would like the moment she saw him. Even she could see it, let alone the Empress. When Song Lan saw that Granny Tao didn't glare at her, she twisted her lips and continued, "This mistress' son has a backer and has the opportunity to see the emperor personally for a few months in a row. Didn't concubine Zhao also say that it's only 1 day less than mistress? That person really knows how to be a good person, but he can't get it. That's enough." Noble consort Shui interrupted and kicked her arm with her left leg. Song Lan's expression changed and she realized that she had said the wrong thing. She hurriedly bowed and took a step back, kneeling on the ground. "Master, please forgive me. This servant has crossed the line." Noble consort Shui ignored her and sat up to fix her hair. She frowned and thought for a moment before raising her head to say to Granny Tao, "Send a sign to the Kunling Bureau and ask for the female imperial officials to enter the palace tomorrow morning." Although the concubines in the palace couldn't easily leave the palace, the main consorts could send a sign outside the palace at any time and summon the female family members in. Furthermore, the palace couldn't interfere in politics. Seeing foreign officials was absolutely forbidden, but the female officials were an exception. At this time, a senior palace maid walked in and bent over to noble consort Shui's ear and whispered a few words. Noble consort Shui's lips curled and she smiled coldly, saying, "It's a piece of meat. There will always be people watching. As for who gets to eat it, it depends on who is closer." When Yushu received the summons from the inner palace, she was sitting in a pavilion in the corner of the Kunling Bureau and eating lunch. The celestial commissioner was rich and overbearing. He had a special kitchen and hired a group of cooks. The officials who didn't go home at noon could all stay at the official's residence for lunch. For someone of Yushu's rank, her treatment was even better. She only needed to greet them in the morning, and at noon, she would be served 4 dishes and a soup. The food was placed in a food box and sent over by a special servant. Thanks to Yushu, Wen Shao and could also eat a hot meal at noon. "What, noble consort Shui wants me to enter the palace?" Yushu put down her chopsticks and looked at the little eunuch who was running errands behind Xiaolan. She felt that he was a bit familiar. After thinking about it, she remembered. Wasn't this the little eunuch who delivered food to her during the ancestral worship ceremony in Huajian Garden? "Yes, official Yu, please take the sign and enter the palace tomorrow morning. Her Highness is waiting for you." The little eunuch smiled shyly and handed over a greenish-black piece of wood with 2 hands. It was painted red. Wen Shao and got up to take it and gave it to Yushu. Yushu weighed the thing in her hands and asked, "Did Her Highness say what she wanted?" "I don't know. Please keep it well and don't lose it." The little eunuch knew that it was her first time, so he carefully reminded her. Yushu nodded and thought, "Noble consort Shui probably wants me to go in to arrange for me to serve her in bed next month. All right, I got it." When Shao and saw that Yushu didn't move the sign and didn't understand etiquette at all, he resigned to his fate and took out a small piece of silver from his sleeve and stuffed it into the little eunuch's hand. Seeing that the other party took it with a smile, he was relieved. Yushu saw his actions and smiled. After Xiaolan led the people away, she said to him, "You've learned to be tactful now. I still remember when I first met you, you lived in Peiran Hall and received a few taels of silver from someone. You would rather be beaten up than pay back a single copper. People have to suffer enough before they learn to be smart." Wen Shao and picked up the bowl. The stubbornness in his delicate eyes had disappeared, leaving only persistence. Yushu didn't make fun of him anymore. She played with the palace token in her hand for a while. Although she had only met noble consort Shui once before, she had a good impression of Shui Rui, her aunt. Not to mention that she took care of her in Huajian Garden, just based on her favoritism at the gentleman's hibiscus banquet not long ago. She had to repay her. It was her first time being an official, so she didn't have much experience. However, she knew that there were no fish in clear water. Sitting in this position, she had to find some benefits for herself. It was better to find convenience for her own people. She had just put away the token in her hand when she looked up and saw Xiaolon returning. There was still a eunuch behind him, but it wasn't the familiar person from before. This servant greets official Yu. Our consort Xian has sent a token to invite you to the West Palace tomorrow. Consort Xian. Consort Lu Xian. Lu Yi's mother. Yu Shu almost laughed. Wen Xiaoan took the token and handed it to her. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Yu Shu saw Xiaolon again and the eunuch behind him. This time, it was Consort Shu. Yu Shu held 3 palace tokens in her hands. They were the same color, but the characters were different. If she had another one, she could make a couplet and send it out. When Xiaoan finished eating and put down his bowl to look at her, he frowned and asked, "What does official Yu plan to do?" The 3 consorts all wanted to see her tomorrow. They must all have the same idea. However, if she followed one's heart, she would have to disobey the others. If she didn't do well, she would be at a disadvantage. I'll go see them one by one and listen to the consort's instructions. Yu Shu looked at him and asked, "What do you think I should do?" Wen Xiaoan had a thoughtful look on his face. He thought that Yu Shu was testing him. He thought about it carefully and looked around to make sure there was no one around. Then he lowered his voice and said, "I know that official Yu will side with Imperial Consort Xian, but you can't offend the other 2 because of this." Yu Shu snorted and scooped up the 3 tablets. She stood up straight and looked down at him, saying, "Idiot, who's afraid of offending who?" After she finished speaking, she folded her sleeves and walked away. Wen Xiaoan was startled and turned his head to look for her. He saw her leisurely strolling to the corridor. She passed by a pot of Persian chrysanthemum and even bent down to pick one. She didn't look worried at all. It wasn't until she disappeared that he suddenly came back to his senses and understood what she meant by her last sentence. Yes, no matter what status the people in the palace had, they should be the ones afraid of offending her. What did she have to be afraid of? P.S. Fruit's browser crashed. It was just fixed, so it was late by an hour. Chapter 6:19. As the sun set and the bell rang, Yu Shu stopped writing and left the dedicated Wen Xiaoan behind. She called Su Qing to take the official seal and leave. As soon as she left the small building, she saw Jing Chen standing at the end of the corridor. It seemed that he had something to say to her. Yu Shu had an intuition that it wasn't a good thing, but he was standing on the way out, so she couldn't pretend not to see him. "Isn't the right commander going back? Where are you going later?" "Naturally, I'm going home." Hearing this, Jing Chen hesitated and said, "Well, come back to the princess's residence with me." Yu Shu frowned and was about to refuse, but Shui Yun's clever appearance suddenly flashed in her mind. She also thought that if Jing Chen couldn't say anything in front of the Celestial Commissioner, but he wanted her to go to the princess's residence, it was most likely Shui Yun's request. Thus, he took a step forward and approached Jing Chen. In a low voice, he said, "Go back and tell your junior sister that I don't care what kind of good intentions she has. If she dares to plot against me again, I won't forgive her this time." Yu Shu knew that Shui Yun schemed to take her life because of Jing Chen, so she accepted her bad luck. With her vengeful character, it was rare for her to forgive others. Now that Shui Yun was targeting her again, in Yu Shu's view, it was tantamount to courting death. After saying that, she swayed past him. Lu Hong and Su Qing saw that they had finished talking, so they followed. Jing Chen was rejected by her and threatened her in return, but he wasn't surprised. It seemed that he had expected her to have this kind of reaction. He didn't stop her and watched her walk away with a normal expression. Back at the princess's residence, Jing Chen went straight to see Shui Yun. Shui Yun, who was lying under the tree and taking a nap, heard his footsteps and woke up. When she opened her eyes and saw him, she was a little surprised. After the 2 of them had a gap, although they lived under the same roof. In addition to regularly checking the recovery of her hands and feet, Jing Chen rarely took the initiative to see her. After thinking for a moment, she smiled. "Did senior brother invite Miss Yu for me?" Jing Chen walked up to her and looked down at her. Instead of answering, he asked, "What kind of person do you think Xiao Yu is?" Shui Yun's eyes flickered, but she still smiled. "Miss Yu is a smart and courageous woman." "Anything else?" "Extremely loyal." "Anything else?" Shui Yun slowly shook her head. "I don't know much about her." "Why did senior apprentice brother suddenly ask me this?" Jing Chen told her expressionlessly, "I thought you knew that she was not to be trifled with, but you didn't. She asked me to tell you that if you have any ideas about her again, she won't forgive you." Shui Yun's delicate eyebrows wrinkled. He said, "Miss Yu is too prejudiced against me. If I don't meet her face to face, if I explain it to her clearly, I don't know how long she'll hate me, senior brother. I'll dictate later, and you can write a letter for me to bring to her." "Okay." Jing Chen was silent for a moment before he said, "Am I someone that can be easily deceived in your eyes?" "Ah." Shui Yun looked confused. "Senior brother, what are you talking about? If you want to see her, you can go behind my back to see her. You clearly know that she hates you, but you still want me to pass on the message. You deliberately want her to have a deeper misunderstanding of me and hate me as well. Do you think I don't know what you're planning?" Shui Yun's eyes narrowed. Jing Chen confirmed his guess and a hint of disappointment appeared on his face. Shui Yun saw this and immediately smiled bitterly. "In short, no matter what I do now, you think I have bad intentions. No matter what Miss Yu does, you think she's good." Jing Chen didn't say anything. Shui Yun bit her lower lip in grievance and said, "I think you just can't let go of her." Jing Chen shook his head and said, "I'm afraid that you'll suffer the consequences of your own actions. I only advise you not to interfere in my affairs anymore, and don't involve innocent people. Otherwise, you'll harm others and yourself." After saying this, he turned and left. Shui Yun put away her unnecessary expression and breathed a sigh of relief. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Fortunately, it's not her. The Celestial Commissioner had first appointed Jing Chen as the right commander, and later made Yu Shu his subordinate. When Shui Yun heard this news, she instinctively felt that this arrangement was deliberate. Coupled with the murder at the Imperial Historian's Library, she was surprised at that time. Would Yu Shu be the person that Jing Chen had been waiting for 20 years for? This conjecture made her restless. Thus, she had tested Jing Chen this time, not to create a rift between them, but to find out whether Yu Shu was the real deal or not. Fortunately, when she heard Jing Chen's last words, she was sure that it wasn't Yu Shu. The next day, Yu Shu entered the palace. She was invited into the palace by 3 imperial concubines at the same time. If it were anyone else, they probably wouldn't be able to sleep all night. However, Yu Shu had a good night's sleep. She went to bed early last night and didn't waste any energy thinking about how to deal with today. Compared to her, she didn't know whether the imperial concubines slept well last night. Outside the palace gate, she first handed over Imperial Consort Shue's token. After waiting for a long time, a palace maid came out of Yeding to take her in. Yu Shu didn't recognize this palace maid, but this palace maid recognized her. She smiled gently and said, "This servant has seen official Yu once at the gentleman's hibiscus banquet. At that time, I felt that you had an extraordinary bearing and didn't seem like an ordinary woman. Now I must congratulate you on your career advancement." Only then did Yu Shu look at her again. She vaguely remembered that this was the maid who served Imperial Consort Shui on the 6th day of the 6th lunar month. Thus, she asked for her name and the other readily answered that her name was Songwan. There was a long distance from the Meridian Gate to the back palace. With this palace maid smiling and chatting with her, Yu Shu didn't feel tired. Along the way, she only met 2 groups of palace maids. They all recognized this Songlan and tried to curry favor with her. However, when it came to Yushu, they only cast curious glances at her and didn't ask too much. Official Yu, this way please. Be careful of the doors ill. Imperial consort Shui lived in Zhongsue Palace. The walls were tall and vermilion. Just the doors ill alone was taller than Yushu's calves. There were 2 doors in total. She lifted her clothes and stepped over it. In front of her was a large courtyard house. On both sides were a flower pond and a painted screen. In the middle, there was a corridor paved with green and red marble that led directly to the main hall. Yushu was led all the way to the door. She saw the palace maid in green, who was guarding outside the door, roll up the gauze curtain. When she looked up, she saw the dazzling Kong Lan sitting on the Luohan chair with her arms crossed in front of her. Yushu really couldn't think of any adjectives to describe Imperial Consort Shui. This was a woman that made people speechless. She immediately bowed and greeted, "This subject Yushu greets Imperial Consort Shui." Imperial Consort Shui looked at her and smiled. Fortunately, Yushu had her head lowered. Otherwise, her eyes would be dazzled again. "Come and sit. Don't be shy. You're Qingbai's adopted younger sister. If I treated you as an outsider, I wouldn't have asked you to come today." Yushu raised her head and saw Imperial Consort Shui waving at her. Although Imperial Consort Shui was beautiful, this simple gesture made her feel inexplicably close. "Thank you, Your Highness, for the seat." She spoke respectfully, but her hands and feet were free. She strode over and sat down on a chair right under Imperial Consort Shui's hand. Chapter 620. Yushu stayed in Zhongsue Palace for less than an hour. When she came out, she only had an extra honey-colored pouch hanging on her waist, so she didn't attract much attention. After seeing noble Consort Shui, she next went to Consort Shu, who lived in Yongla Palace. When Yushu was sent to the palace gate by Song Lan, a young eunuch came forward to recognize her. He first politely called, "Older sister Song Lan," and then bowed to Yushu. "Is this the meowing messenger? This servant little Qingzi was summoned by Empress Shu to lead the way for you. Please follow this servant." Yushu looked at Song Lan, who smiled and said, "Since Consort Shu sent someone to take me, this servant will save a few steps. Official Yu, please take care." Yushu confirmed that this eunuch was one of Consort Shu's people, so she followed her with ease. Song Lan stood under the doors ill and watched them walk through the passageway before turning back. In Yongla Palace, there was a tea table. Smoke curled up from the tea. Consort Shu held a cup of fragrant tea and spoke with Yushu, who was sitting on the futon below, with an indifferent expression. "Do you know why I summoned you into the palace today?" On this hot day, Yushu had drunk a bowl of iced snow-toad dew at Zhongsue Palace. Now that she smelled the top-grade bitter tea, she didn't feel good at all. When she heard Consort Shu's pretentious attitude, she felt it was ridiculous. It was no wonder that the Yin family was more powerful than the Shui family, but this Consort Shu was inferior to Consort Shui. This female subject is slow-witted. "Please speak clearly, Your Highness." Consort Shu said, "As the female imperial consort of the Kunling Bureau, you have the right to investigate the secrets of the palace. I need to remind you, be careful with your words and actions." Yushu understood Consort Shu's warning. This was a disguised warning not to use her power for personal gain. As expected, honored Consort Shu then talked about her predecessor and former superior. Previously, the 2 female officers in charge of the Kunling Bureau were Madame Liu and Madame Qin. Later on, the 2 of them had a disagreement. One of them actually dared to accept bribes and changed the list of attendants without permission. However, the truth could not be concealed. She was exposed and is still in prison. Yu Shu had long heard of this matter from others. Now that honored consort Shu mentioned it in front of her, the meaning was self-evident. This consort sees that you've accomplished so much at such a young age, and you're also loyal and filial. I can't bear to see you go astray in the future, so it's inevitable that my words won't be pleasant to hear. You must not learn from your predecessors and commit more unjust acts. In the future, if someone reports this to this consort, no one will be able to protect you. You must remember this. Empress Shu's eyes were filled with coldness as she stared at Yu Shu. Her straight face was extremely dignified. Yu Shu's expression did not change, a smile still hanging on her lips. She waited until she finished speaking before continuing. This subject will definitely remember Nyang Nyang's teachings. She was still sitting on that praying mat, not moving at all. There was no fear and trepidation, nor did she become angry out of humiliation. Honored consort Shu frowned, not very satisfied with her reaction. Thus, she gave her a few more reminders. Yu Shu listened to them one by one, waiting for her to finish before responding respectfully. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Yu Shu came out of Yongla Palace. In addition to the smell of tea, there was also a hint of ridicule at the corner of her mouth. Should she say that this honored consort Shu was smart, or that she was inflexible? 1.5 months ago at the Hibiscus Gentleman's Banquet, this honored consort Shu was one of the people who had thrown stones at her while she was down. She had almost given her the name of being heartless and unjust. In the end, she had obtained the gold and jade hibiscus, but she had not given her a good face. Today, she had even given her a threatening warning, not having the slightest intention of currying favor with her. She must have known that it was useless to say good words to her, so she had simply put on a good face. What she had done was not wrong. If it had been someone with less guts, perhaps their hands and feet would have been tied. However, how could Yu Shu be frightened by a few words? If she was really a good-for-nothing, she would not have gotten to where she was now. After leaving Yongla Palace without looking back, Yu Shu was taken away by a eunuch of Yuhua Palace who had been waiting outside the door and brought to Consort Shu. This was the first time that Yu Shu had seen Consort Shu, so she was a little surprised. She had seen the graceful beauty of noble Consort Shua and the dignified and demure honored Consort Shu. She had thought that Consort Shu was also a beauty. However, in reality, this Consort Shu, who was the birth mother of the 11th prince, Lu Yi, had a very ordinary appearance. Unlike noble Consort Shua, who didn't resort to insinuations, and Consort Yin, who was pretentious, Consort Xian's attitude towards Yu Shu couldn't be more normal. It was so normal that Yu Shu couldn't figure it out. I have heard of official Yu's reputation and was curious. I wanted to take this opportunity to meet you and have a chat. I have no other intentions. Consort Xian gave an opening remark and naturally began to chat with Yu Shu. They talked about everything from the Dian examination to the water and land conference. She was originally a daughter of the Yi Shui family, so before entering the palace for the selection, she had a lot of knowledge and had many common topics with Yu Shu. This chat lasted for 2 hours. The sun had risen high in the sky, and it was noon. Consort Xian asked Yu Shu to stay for lunch, and the latter took the opportunity to agree. After the meal, Consort Xian had the chief palace maid beside her send Yu Shu out of the palace. When she was about to reach the door, the chief palace maid asked Yu Shu to stop. She squatted down and bowed to Yu Shu. She said kindly, "This servant thanks official Yu. Master hasn't chatted so happily with someone for a long time. Ever since Lord 11's accident." She paused and didn't continue. Instead, she lowered her voice and said, "Master doesn't ask for much. She will be satisfied if she can serve His Majesty for 2 days every month. Please do this for official Yu." As she said this, she took out a banana-shaped jade talisman from her sleeve and stuffed it into Yu Shu's hand. "This is a token of appreciation from Your Highness. With this jade talisman, you can go to the Lu's Great Exchange Shop. If you have any needs, you can look for Lu Ning. Yu Shu looked at the thing that was stuffed into her hand. Her eyes flashed, but she didn't refuse. Instead, she put it into her bosom and said, "Please rest assured, Your Highness." As one of the 4 consorts, Consort Lu's position was only below that of the Empress and noble Consort Shui. Normally, she could be on equal footing with Consort Shu. However, she was implicated by the case of the imperial envoy without a head and was ignored by Emperor Zhao Qing. There were many vile people in the palace who stepped on the high and flattered the low. It was expected that she had received a lot of cold treatment these days. Yu Shu had seen the bedtime schedule of the Kunling Bureau in recent years. The consorts almost had 3 days of bedtime every month. If Consort Lu wanted 3 days, Yu Shu might have hesitated. However, Consort Lu only asked for 2 days. Judging the situation, Yu Shu couldn't help but praise her cleverness. To put it bluntly, bedtime for consorts was to increase their intimacy with the emperor and to ensure their status in the imperial harem. Consort Lu knew that Emperor Zhao Qing didn't like her, so she didn't get close to him. She took the initiative to ask for 1 day. Those 2 days could ensure that she could get along with Emperor Zhao Qing and protect her reputation. Yu Shu had seen the 3 consorts. As she walked out of the inner palace, she thought about it and made a conclusion. Noble Consort Shui was asking for help, Consort Shu was seeking stability, and Consort Xian was seeking peace. Chapter 621. Before the end of the 7th month, Yu Shu drew up a list of the palace consorts to serve the emperor and gave it to Jing Chen to look over. Jing Chen only skimmed through it once and then stamped a large seal at the end of the booklet. Next to her seal, there were 2 thin sheets of paper wrapped in ginger wood and coated with a secret wax paste. It was called the Book of Kuan and was personally safeguarded by Jing Chen. At the end of the month, the Palace Internal Affairs Commission would send someone to retrieve it. Although she expected that Jing Chen would not have any objections to her arrangements, Yu Shu still dutifully reported to him. I referred to the secret booklet of the Kunling Bureau for the past 3 years. According to their positions, I first recorded the dates of the Empress and the 3 official consorts, then the consorts and noblewomen. Based on the lunar calendar, those with conflicting birthdays are staggered. Those with impure bodies are not recorded. Because the next month is the first month, we need to set aside the 7th and 19th to avoid ancestral taboos. On the surface, the schedule that Yu Shu had arranged was meticulous and could be said to be standard. In reality, there was a hidden mystery. For example, Noble Consort Shui and Noble Consort Shu both had 3 days, but Noble Consort Shu had 1 day scheduled on the 15th. There was a banquet in the palace on the 15th of the 8th month. Emperor Zhao Qing would definitely be drunk. The banquet would end at the 3rd watch and there would be morning court the next day. He would not have the energy to be intimate with Noble Consort Shu. He probably wouldn't even be able to say a few words before washing up and sleeping. There was another son Guiren, who was below the position of consort, but when Ren Qiming had been in charge of the Kunling Bureau, she had gotten 2 days in a row in 3 months. Before Yu Shu had entered the palace to see Noble Consort Shui, she had felt that there was something fishy about this. After Noble Consort Shui's guidance, she had learned that this son Guiren was actually a palace maid in the Empress's pepper hole. If she continued to investigate, the Empress was middle-aged and had no children. Emperor Zhao Qing also favored young beauties. This son Guiren's position was very interesting. When it came to Yu Shu, son Guiren was also queued up for 2 days. Coincidentally, 1 day was after honored consort Shu, which was on the 16th day of the Mid-Autumn Festival. The night before, Emperor Zhao Qing had rested at concubine Shu's. The next day, he would see his lovely concubine. He would probably relax a little. The next day, he was in front of another young and beautiful concubine Zhao. Emperor Zhao Qing was already in his 40s. He was no longer as promiscuous as when he was young. If concubine Zhao got wet, there would be nothing for Sun Guiren to do the next day. No one could find fault with such an arrangement. Half of it was noble consort Shue's idea, and the other half was Yu Shu's, revenge in public. Didn't consort Shu warn me not to abuse my power for personal gain? I'm plotting, this is private. If you have the ability, come and bite me. If Empress Shu knew that her threat had no effect at all. Instead, it caused Yu Shu to sneak up on her. Would she regret it? Jing Chen couldn't see that Yu Shu had done something to the August Great Earth Register. After listening to her report, he said to her, "It involves the private affairs of the palace maids. As a man, it's more convenient for you. You can draw up the future Great Earth Register and give it to me to stamp." Originally, my position as the right commander was also an acting one. Yu Shu could tell that he wanted to be a hands-off boss. How could she not be willing? She raised the corner of her mouth and gave him a rare smile. "Okay." Jing Chen looked at her smiling face, his thoughts drifting away. When he came back to his senses, she had already left. Yu Shu hadn't seen Shui Rui for several days. She had been busy arranging the list of attendants in the past few days and didn't have time to think about it. Once the official business was finished, she kept thinking about him. She went to Wangji Tower to look for him but didn't find him. Instead, she heard two maids say something, the gentleman that the girl brought a few days ago. "I don't know how he found the feng shui pool you set up on the balcony. He sneaked in once and we bumped into him." Yu Shu picked up Xian Lishan near Xian's mansion and got the secret of Yunhua's relics out of him. Seeing that he had nowhere to go, she arranged for him to live in Wangji Tower. She had been busy for 7 or 8 days and didn't have time to care about him. Xiao Qing and Xiao Dai were dedicated to serving Yu Shu. When she was not there, no one ordered them. According to Yu Shu's instructions, they changed the spring water of the feng shui pool with crystal stones every day and cleaned the dust. So, they caught Xian Lishan immediately. But they worried that he was Yu Shu's guest, so they kindly asked him to leave. Unexpectedly, Xian Lishan was so thick-skinned that he didn't feel ashamed when he was discovered. Instead, he wandered on the top of the 3rd floor every day, which made the two maids always guard against him. They couldn't sleep well at night and were miserable. After listening to their story, Yu Shu smiled happily. She found Xian Lishan's room, knocked on the door and went in. It was dinner time, and Xian Lishan hadn't served the dishes yet. He was lying under the window with his legs crossed in a daze. A string of shiny crystal beads was hanging on his hand, shining under the light. It was the reward he got for helping Yu Shu make the Mujiang fan. When he saw Yu Shu coming in, he just twisted his neck and didn't get up. "Fifth uncle, are you used to living here? The food is good, and I can avoid disasters. I'm used to living here." Xian Lishan squinted at her. "Why? Do you think I'm eating and drinking here and want to kick me out?" Yu Shu was still wearing the blue kale official robe. She lifted the corner of her robe and sat opposite him. She smiled and said, "It's nothing to eat and drink for free. Wangji Tower has a lot of money, so we don't need these meals. I treat fifth uncle as a guest, but you don't treat yourself as an outsider." These words were so sarcastic that Xian Lishan touched his nose. "Did the two little girls tell on me?" Yu Shu looked serious. "Fifth uncle comes from the family of Yi Shui. You know the rules of Yi Shui better than me. Don't you know that it's a taboo to pry into other people's secret?" Xian Lishan was a great master from a family of creators. She used the 8 gates life and death tactics of Taoist Qing Zheng for the feng shui pool upstairs. Others couldn't understand it, but he might. "Look at what you said. It's not so serious." Xian Lishan sat up straight and said with an embarrassed face, "I'm just too curious and can't help but want to see it." Even if I see it, I will only think about it and keep it in my stomach. I will never reveal it to you. Yu Shu snorted. If she didn't believe in Xian Lishan's character, she wouldn't let him live here. Xian Lishan was not a villain since he could leave home for his old friend who died 20 years ago. Do you really want to see the feng shui pool where I raised the crystal? Xian Lishan's eyes brightened when he heard that she left room for negotiation. Are you willing? It's not impossible, but the technique taught by my master is unique in the world. How can I easily share it with others? Xian Lishan knew that she was deliberately keeping him in suspense and that she must have a request later. But when he thought of the mysterious feng shui land upstairs that was waiting to be excavated, his heart itched unbearably. Curiosity won over him and he continued, "What do you want?" Chapter 622. In reality, what Lu Tan did was smart. He wanted to use Yu Shu, but he was selling a favor to Shui Rui. Unfortunately, the Shui family and Jing Wang Fu were in the same boat. Shui Rui was selling a favor for nothing. Shui Rui understood and calmly looked at Lu Tan. He turned his head to ask Shui Lingnan, "What does grandfather think should be done?" Shui Lingnan replied, "The matters of the Hogong, us foreign officials should not interfere. But the child in your Jumu's womb is of great importance and cannot be neglected." He didn't finish his words. Shui Rui saw a deeper meaning in his eyes. His heart jumped and he couldn't help but think, there were many Feipin in the Hogong. Above Guifei, there was only one empress. If Guifei successfully gave birth, her contributions would be even more prominent. If at this time, something happened to the empress, then the empress, who was childless and lacking in virtue, would definitely be impeached by the imperial censors. When the position of empress was empty, among the women in the Hogong, who would have the qualifications to advance? Shui Rui lightly pursed his lips. Looking at Lu Tan's still young and inexperienced face, he guessed that he definitely hadn't thought of this layer. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to sit still long ago and wouldn't have had the thought to use him. "Grandfather, don't worry." Faced with such a situation, Shui Rui could only agree. Shui Lingnan looked at him with satisfaction. He turned his head to say to Lu Tan, "After the Mid-Autumn Festival, it will be Wang Ye's grand wedding. I only hope that it will be perfect." Lu Tan smiled and said, "At that time, grandfather must drink a few more cups of grandson's wedding wine." Shui Rui watched from the side as the grandfather and grandson talked about an off-topic topic. One had a pleasant expression, the other was close. It was completely a scene of children and grandchildren being happy. But he was like an outsider, watching coldly from the side. Yu Shu wasn't in a deep sleep. She could hear some movement in the room. Even with her eyes closed, she could feel someone sitting in front of her. She had been lying flat and turned her body. When she opened her eyes, she saw Shui Rui sitting on a chair 1 chi away from her. Not far away, there was a dim gauze lamp under the window. With just a few inches of light, she could barely make out the person. "You're awake." Yu Shu slowly sat up. She tucked her messy hair behind her ears. She reached for the teacup on the table. Shui Rui picked up the teapot before her and refilled half of the tea in her cup. After quenching her thirst, Yu Shu propped her head up and looked at him. "What happened at home?" Shui Rui replied, "The imperial consort is indeed pregnant." Yu Shu sat up in an instant, her eyes wide. "Rui, Tan." Shui Rui nodded. Yu Shu was happy at first and then found that he didn't seem to be smiling. She asked, "What, you are not happy?" Shui Rui asked her in return, "Why are you so happy?" "This is a good thing," Yu Shu stated matter-of-factly to him. "First, I am a female imperial official in Kuanling Bureau. Whichever Nyang in the palace is favored has an effect on me. Of the empress and the other Feipin, I favor Guifei the most. Now that she has the grace of the emperor, I am happy to see it happen. Second, I don't want to see Ning Wang gain power. Of course, it's better if the ninth prince gains power. Hearing her honest words, Shui Rui sighed. You are really honest. Yu Shu reached out to poke him. It's your turn to speak. Why are you unhappy? Shui Rui could have used a roundabout way to tell her what Lu Tan had entrusted to him, and first made it clear that he was in a difficult position and that he had no choice. He did not want her to think that he had any intention of doing anything for her, but he did not. He told her just as plainly, I want you to help read fortune for Guifei and ensure the safety of the child in her womb. The people outside all thought that she could read life and death. Only he knew her background. What she was truly skilled at was determining fortune and misfortune. Shui Rui was more confident than Lu Tan. As long as she was willing to put effort into this matter, then the child in Guifei's womb would be safe. Absolutely safe. Also, this was a shortcut that could free him from the heavy shackles of the Shui family. Yu Shu thought for a moment before agreeing. Yes, I want to know Guifei's birthday. Starting tomorrow, I will read for her until she safely gives birth. She readily agreed. Shui Rui didn't feel relaxed and said in a deep voice, think carefully. Participating in this matter is not the same as you agreeing to tamper with the Book of Kuan. Yu Shu didn't understand the hidden meaning in his words. In her opinion, these two things were both to help Guifei Shui. What difference could there be? Shui Rui patiently explained to her, once you start to read fortune for Guifei and find that someone is plotting against her, I want you to tell me the details as soon as possible. Think about it now. Who doesn't want to see Guifei safely give birth? Prince Ning. The first person Yu Shu thought of was the two-faced dog lord. If you can know in advance when Prince Ning will make a move, how much chance do you think you can make him go for wool and come home shorn? Yu Shu's eyes brightened. This was the drama where Prince Ning sent someone to harm Guifei but failed. After the matter was exposed, he was stripped of his title and driven out of the capital by the emperor in a rage. 3 years ago, there was no evidence that Prince Ning framed the 10th princess. As time passed, it was difficult to investigate. This time, if I can catch Prince Ning in the act, I will not let him go. Shui Rui said in a low voice and asked her, think again. Who else? The Empress. Yes, and the Empress, Shui Rui said slowly. The Empress has been in charge of the 6 palaces for more than 10 years. She has no children. There are 7 laws. When a woman reaches 50 years of age and has no children, she can choose a concubine as the eldest. If she is not virtuous, she should be abandoned. The Empress is 47 years old this year, a little older than the Emperor. It seems that it is difficult for her to have a child. She is nearly 50 years old. Seeing Guifei is pregnant, she is more anxious than anyone else. If she harms the dragon and the matter is exposed, she will be impeached. Think again. If the Empress is deposed, which concubine is most likely to be promoted by the Emperor? Imperial concubine. Yu Shu swallowed her saliva. In this way, Lu Tan would directly become a prince of the first wife. Then what else is there to fight for? What is there to fight for? So, no matter who will harm Guifei, it can shake the whole court. Now do you know whether you are involved in this matter or not? Do you know what it means? It's fine if it succeeds, but if it fails, can you bear the consequences? Listening to Shui Rui's explanation, Yu Shu found that she had thought too simply. If she agreed to help him calculate fortune and misfortune for Guifei, then she would be completely on the pirate ship, and it would be difficult to get off. Historically, there were only 2 outcomes for those who failed in the fight for the throne, death, and a life worse than death. This made her hesitate again. Compared to Ning Wang becoming the crown prince, she was more willing to see Lu Tan become the crown prince. Otherwise, she would not have been willing to help Shui Guifei change the Book of Great Earth and ignore the Empress and Xu Fei. However, she did not forget that the starting point of everything she did was to escape the death trap of the person who broke the fate, to save her life. But who knew how long it would take for Lu Tan to sit on the throne after he became the crown prince? It was hard to say if the emperor would deal with her during this time. Then whether Lu Tan would become the crown prince, whether he would be able to become the emperor in the future. In the end, it could not decide if she could keep her little life. Was there a need for her to take such a risk for an unnecessary matter? If it was someone else, they would definitely think for a few days, but for Yu Shu, who often toyed with probability, it was just the time it took to drink a sip of tea. You don't have to scare me. I will do this. Come, let's clap hands and agree. Whoever regrets is a bastard. One of her principles was, rather than waiting for death, it was better to take the initiative and attack. Furthermore, she had confidence in Shui Rue. She could divine the mastermind who wanted to harm Guifei, so Shui Rue would definitely be able to make them reveal their true colors. Yu Shu was still sitting on the soft couch at this time. Her hair, which had just woken up, was loose and disheveled. A tuft of it stuck up on the top of her head. Her serious appearance of raising her hand and swearing was very silly, but in Shui Rue's eyes, it was extremely cute. Paw. Shui Rue raised his hand and lightly patted her palm, making a crisp sound. However, he did not move away. Instead, he took the opportunity to hold her entire hand. He moved in front of her and pecked the back of her warm hand. Chapter 623. Yu Shu mentioned the Tihu incense to Axian Lishan on a whim. She didn't have much hope, but Axian Lishan gave her a surprise. You mean the Tihu incense? Axian Lishan looked at her suspiciously. Have you seen the Tai Ching tripod of the Axian family? Yu Shu raised her eyebrows and said, I've seen it more than that. The left judge gave me a fake Tai Ching tripod. Oh. Axian Lishan drawled and said with a look of understanding, he gave you the tripod, but he didn't give you the Tihu incense, right? He did, but it's not enough. That's why I asked you if you know how to make it. If you can, then we'll make a deal. I'll let you study my feng shui pool, and you have to provide me with the Tihu incense. What if I don't know how to make it? You don't know how to make it. Yu Shu stood up and was about to go out, then forget it. Forget it. Hey, Axian Lishan hurriedly stopped her, don't leave in a hurry. I didn't say I don't know how to make it. Yu Shu turned her head and looked doubtful, do you know how to make it? Are you kidding? Lord Axian gave you the Tihu incense, but didn't he tell you who made it? Axian Lishan mentioned his father and called him Lord Axian, as if he was not his father. What's with your eyes? Don't you believe that I made the Tihu incense? Yu Shu slowly turned back and sat down. She put her hands on her knees and looked at him, I believe you. Let's talk. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Yu Shu walked out of Axian Lishan's room as she wished and got on the carriage to return home. When she left, she had an extra list in her hand, and on it were the spices, herbs, and various utensils needed to make the Tihu fragrance pill. Axian Lishan would be able to start making it after she bought all of them. They agreed that when he made the Tihu incense, Yu Shu would let him go to the balcony on the 3rd floor to see the feng shui pool after she inspected it. The next day, Mu Xiao and Yu Shu led 2 guards to LoveLore Library to pack a few things. Ever since the death of Zhan Shuiyuan during the Hungry Ghost Festival, she had never been to the LoveLore Library again. Even Ren Qiming had specifically reminded her not to do so, so she had openly skipped school. There was no need to go to the Celestial Commissioner's office. Yu Shu was wearing casual clothes today. Although she had tens of thousands of taels of silver, she didn't need to spend much effort on her clothes. She just casually wore a dress, and no one could tell that she was the legendary meowing messenger. From the gate to the female dormitory, she was followed by 2 armed guards. Some people recognized her, but none of them dared to come forward to greet her. This was also the result of Yu Shu's reclusive behavior in the Taisha library and not making many friends. Arriving at the female dormitory, Yu Shu had Lu Hong and Su Qing wait outside the courtyard while she went in alone. No one had entered or left her room for more than half a month. When she pushed the door open, there was a dusty smell. She habitually checked the doors and windows to make sure that no one had sneaked into her room while she was gone. While she was pacing around in her room, the people who had seen her spread the news in the study garden. In less than the time it took to drink a cup of tea, all the students who didn't have morning classes knew that Yu Shuren had arrived. This caused an uproar. After Yu Shu had made a name for herself at the Water and Continent Conference, she hadn't shown her face again. In just half a month, Yu Shu, the meowing messenger, conferred by the emperor, had become a legendary figure. Now that they heard that she was in the Taisha library, how could they not be excited? So, when Yu Shu finished tidying up in her room and came out with her things, she was unprepared to be surrounded in front of the door of the female dormitory. Lu Hong and Su Qing tried their best to maintain a serious expression on their faces as they looked at the crowd of students peeking their heads out of the walls and whispering to each other. They gripped the hilt of their sabers tightly with one hand and stretched out the other to create a path for Yu Shu to pass through. "Lord Messenger, are you leaving the school and not going to stay in the Taisha library in the future?" Originally, the crowd was just watching, but an unfamiliar person asked in a loud voice. Once it started, there was a series of questions. Everyone was talking at once, mostly concerned about whether Yu Shu would continue to stay in the Taisha library to study. Yu Shu didn't expect this scene, and she didn't know that the restaurants and tea houses outside were talking about her amazing abilities. So, faced with such a group of enthusiastic young people, she was very confused. She could only smile and say perfunctorily, "Although I hope to learn more from the academicians, I can't be at 2 places at once. I have official business to attend to, so I won't be coming to the library in the near future." Some people looked disappointed, thinking that if Yu Shu could stay, they could always find a chance to get close to her and ask for advice. As the saying goes, the pavilion closest to the water is the pavilion closest to the water. Maybe they could benefit a lot from a few pointers from her. Some people were more thick-skinned and took the opportunity to ask, "May I know where your residence is? Will you be able to visit another day?" Yu Shu thought that even if she didn't say it, people would be able to find out, so she generously told them, "The new residence has been completed. It is on Baochang Street." The crowd saw that she was not as arrogant as they had heard behind her back when she asked and answered. They had a good impression of her. First, they envied her for being young and promising, and second, they admired her abilities. Those who were truly envious were in the minority. This was all thanks to the eloquent storytellers who had described her so deeply in the stories, turning her into a pillar that could redeem the reputation of the masters of the Kingdom of Tranquility. This group of people followed Yu Shu to the gate and watched her board the carriage to leave. Only then did they discuss the water and land conference with unsatisfied expressions and go back to class. Chapter 624. Shui Rui went to the Supreme Court prison early in the morning and interrogated a few prisoners there before returning to the administration office. Not long after he sat down to read the statement, a bailiff came over to report that someone had come to the yamen in front to look for him. The bailiff didn't say who it was and just waited outside the main entrance. Shui Rui asked about the bailiff's appearance and had a rough idea of who it was, so he asked the bailiff to lead the bailiff to the second yamen to watch tea. He arrived soon after and was not surprised to see Jiang Mia standing in the back hall in dark green riding attire. "Why are you looking for me?" Jiang Mia held the handle of the shiny whip at her waist and raised her thick eyebrows. She sized up his dignified appearance with his official robes and black veil. She said in a bad mood, do I have to look for you only if I have something to say? My mother has been in the capital for a few days and she has not waited for you to greet her. She thinks that you do not want others to know about your relationship with Imperial Brother, so I came to ask if that is the case. If that is really what you think, I will pretend that I do not know you in the future. Shui Rui seemed as if he didn't hear her ridicule, and he walked over to sit on a chair before he said to her, I took over a murder case not too long ago, and I'm currently investigating it, so I couldn't get away for some time. That's why I wasn't able to personally welcome the old madam. It's my fault, and I'll surely pay a visit to apologize another day. Actually, a few days after Madame Wei arrived in Anling, Shui Rui had sent someone to send a letter to explain the situation. He also sent a pair of eloquent parrots to make the old madam happy. Therefore, Jiang Mia's visit today was really looking for trouble. It was because Jiang Mia was used to making trouble without reason that Shui Rui did not expose her so that she would not pursue the matter endlessly. As expected, Jiang Mia gave him a look that said, At least you are sensible, and the corners of her mouth curled up. She said, It is already noon. I am hungry. Let's go. Bring me to your restaurant for a rare meal and I will not bicker with you for making my mother sad. Shui Rui was ready to return to Forgotten Machine Tower. Hearing this, he had her wait for a while and went to the back to change into a set of casual clothes. The two of them walked out of the administration office and bumped into Yushu, who was also looking for someone. The three of them looked at each other. Yushu looked at Shui Rui, then looked at Jiang Mia. Seeing that the two of them were together, she did not think much of it. She was only stunned for a moment before she smiled and greeted, What a coincidence. Where are you going? Shui Rui hadn't seen Yushu for a few days. Now that he saw her, his eyes stopped on her face. Even his voice was much gentler than usual. I was just about to have lunch. You came just in time. Let's go to Wangji Tower. Jiang Hua also said, That's right, let's go together. Yushu naturally wouldn't refuse, so she turned around. They walked abreast to the side of the street, which was not far from the Rue Tourmalin. There was no need for a carriage. Jiang Mia stretched out her hand and placed it on Yushu's shoulder before she walked in between Yushu and Shui Rui. She blinked at Yushu before moving close to her ear and asking, Have you gotten your 60,000 taels of gambling debt? Do you need my help? Yushu smiled, No need. I have discussed it with them. They don't intend to renege on the debt. Let them slowly pay it back. Jiang Hua looked disappointed. Ever since she came to the capital, she couldn't go to the military camp. She couldn't even find a live target to practice her whip, which made her feel uncomfortable. She couldn't wait to take revenge for Yushu and cause some trouble. All right then. If they try to play tricks, don't be afraid. Tell me earlier and I will help you vent your anger. Shui Rui heard their conversation and was amused. Jiang Hua, this tigress, treated Shu as a stray cat and still wanted to protect her. After walking for a short distance, Jiang Hua noticed that there were people behind her. She turned around and saw two men who looked like guards with sabers on their waists following them at a distance. She thought that they were following Shui Rui and didn't think much of it. The three of them wandered all the way to the Rue Tourmalin, but halfway there, they followed Jiang Hua into a noisy tavern. In Jiang Hua's words, it was lively here and the more people there were, the better the taste of drinking. It wasn't that Wangji Tower wasn't lively, but that the food was more expensive than gold. The people who came here were rich and well-educated. When they ate, they didn't talk much and didn't have the atmosphere of a marketplace. It wasn't as noisy as an ordinary place. When it was time for lunch, the seats downstairs were already full. The waiter led them up to the second floor and near the fence, they met a table of customers who had finished eating and were paying their bills. It could be said that they found a good seat. Jiang Hua couldn't wait and ordered a jar of good wine. Before the dishes were served, she filled her own cup and drank it in one gulp. She let out a long sigh of relief and complained to Shui Rui, "Ever since I came to the capital, my mother has been stricter than my eldest brother. She doesn't even let me drink spicy wine. It's as if she's afraid that I'll go out with a knife and kill people when I'm drunk." Yu Shu burst into laughter. Shui Rui shook his head and sighed inwardly, "Isn't Madame Wei afraid that you'll cause trouble?" As Jiang Mia spoke, she downed another glass. With one arm on the railing, she tilted her head in satisfaction and listened to the storyteller, who was surrounded by people downstairs, telling a story. The storyteller was saying, "That Dong-ing kid, holding a white candle in one hand and a talisman in the other, was babbling nonsense to the dog cage." No one could understand. Jiang Hua turned her face to the two people at the same table and said, "This is a story from the Water and Land Conference in the palace. I heard it with my mother in a tea house 2 days ago. It said that there's an extraordinary person in the Celestial Commissioner who can call the wind and summon the rain and cast beans to form soldiers. She was given the title of Meowing Messenger by His Majesty. It said that this person has a deity as her master. She's well versed in astronomy and geography. She also has the ability of the King of Hell and can determine people's life and death. It's rare that she's actually a woman. TSK, I really want to see if this deity's disciple is born with 3 heads and 6 arms." Yu Shu and Shui Rui also heard the storyteller downstairs and Jiang Hua's joke. Their expressions turned slightly strange. Yu Shu asked Shui Rui with her eyes, "She's talking about me, right?" Shui Rui hesitated and thought, "It should be you, right?" Jiang Hua didn't notice the strange expressions on the two people's faces. She excitedly asked Yu Shu, "Lotus Room, you also learned E. Have you heard of this Meowing Messenger? Quick, tell me, is she really that godly?" Yu Shu was instantly distressed. How was she supposed to answer this? Tell Jiang Hua that she wasn't the 3rd prince of Neza and didn't have 3 heads. Ha ha ha. Shui Rui couldn't restrain his laughter, and he only stopped laughing when Yu Shu stepped on his foot under the table. He said to the baffled Jiang Ye, "Since you've heard of this joke, then haven't you heard of the name of this meowing emissary?" Jiang Hua rubbed her wine cup and recalled, "Oh, I remember they said that this person is the female fortune teller in this year's Dian examination. What's her surname again?" "Don't panic. Let me think, I know, her surname is Yu." Shui Rui kindly reminded her. Jiang Hua slammed the table hard and said, "That's right, her surname is Yu. It's Yu Swansea." The people at the next table glanced at them. Chapter 625. When the 3 of them came out of the tavern, Jiang Mia still found it unbelievable. She frequently looked at Yu Shu and found it hard to associate this ordinary-looking little girl with the immortal disciple who could summon the wind and summon the rain. However, Shui Rui said it himself. How could it be false? Today was also the first time that Yu Shu heard rumors about her. Even she felt that it was exaggerated, let alone Jiang Mia. She did not humbly explain to Jiang Mia that she was not that powerful. She could only sigh in her heart. Emperor Zhao Qing really spared no effort in promoting himself in order to prove his reputation as a wise ruler. Lu Hong and Su Qing were waiting outside the tavern. They bought a few donkey barbecued meat for lunch. When they saw Yu Shu and the others coming out, they went up to them. "Milord, where are we going? Are we taking a carriage?" It was only then that Jiang Qia realized that the 2 of them were not following Shui Rui but Yu Shu's people instead. She had a strange feeling in her heart. While Yu Shu was talking to the 2 guards, she turned around and gritted her teeth as she said to Shui Rui, "Good job, Shui Daolang. Why didn't you tell me earlier? You made me lose face in front of others." At first, she thought that Yu Shu was a little teacher who was lucky to become sworn brothers with Shui Rui. She also felt that Yu Shu was climbing up the social ladder. She was also dissatisfied with Shui Rui. Her imperial brother had an adopted sister for no reason. She only thought that Yu Shu had gotten a big bargain. Therefore, she looked down on Yu Shu. Although they exchanged names, it was mostly because of Shui Rui. Who would have thought that the other party was not as high as the mountain? It seemed that she was a little cautious. Shui Rui smiled faintly and did not explain. He knew very well what Jiang Mia thought of Yu Shu. He naturally had his own considerations for not reminding her at the beginning. Because of this little interlude, Jiang Mia didn't get to drink to her heart's content. She felt a little awkward in front of Yu Shu, so she excused herself and left. Yu Shu followed Shui Rui back to Wangji Tower. On the way, she asked him, "Did she find out that I am the Miaoling emissary?" "Sorry to disappoint Hualan. I saw that she ran quite fast." Shui Rui scanned her untidy appearance from head to toe and advised her with a deadpan expression, "When you go back, you should cut a few more good pieces of cloth. Didn't you win a sum of money just because of your talent? Don't be frugal with those few taels of silver and tidy yourself up. At the very least, don't disgrace the title bestowed by the emperor when you go out." How could Yu Shu not hear his teasing? She put her elbow on his waist, stared at him with a smile and whispered, "It's too late for you to despise me now." When Shui Rui heard this, a layer of a gentle smile appeared on his handsome face. The two returned to Wangji Tower. After separating the spies outside and closing the door, Yu Shu asked Shui Rui about the progress of the murder case in Taishu Shuyuan. Shui Rui shakes his head and says, "There are suspects, but it doesn't look like it. There is no evidence to identify the murderer, so it's not easy to investigate." Compared to the commotion caused when Chao Yuling was killed, Zhan Shuiyuan's death can be said to be quiet. The Zhan family is a prominent family in Jiangxi, but it doesn't have any power in the capital. Just like the Wenchen family in the north and the Xia family in the south, the local Yishua family, no matter how famous they are, they can't reach into Enling. If they reach over, the first to be unhappy is not the emperor, but the 12 prefectures of the capital, who will join hands to cut them off. Therefore, when Chao Yuling's accident happened, the Chao family in the capital could stand up for her, causing Emperor Zhao Qing to order a month to limit Shui Rui to solve the case. However, Zhan Shuyuan died in the capital, and her family is far away in Jiangxi. It will take some time for them to rush over, so no one forced Shui Rui to solve the case as soon as possible. Moreover, there are the shadows of the traitors who plotted against Jing Qin. Emperor Zhao Qing and the ruler and official, this ruler and official, may have some plans. Why would they really rely on an unknown person like Shui Rui to solve the case? Yu Shu frowns and says, "If only Ji Xingxuan hadn't been rescued by Ning Wang. She must know something, and if we can get one or two out of her, we wouldn't be so blind." Speaking of Ji Xingxuan, Yu Shu didn't know if she should be happy that she brought it on herself, or angry that she had escaped a calamity. Sometimes, she really wondered if Ji Xingxuan had a pair of eyes in the front and back, which was why she was diagnosed to be pregnant with Ning Wang's child at the critical moment of life and death. Shui Rui says in a low voice, "At the beginning, His Majesty had sent a secret decree for Ning Wang to take away Ji Xingxuan. At that time, they hadn't confirmed who the person who broke the fate was, so His Majesty's favoritism towards Ning Wang prevailed, so he let Ji Xingxuan go. But now, you, the person who broke the fate, have almost been exposed. Ning Wang is an unborn child, so it isn't important. In my view, His Majesty may be regretting not following the trail of Ji Xingxuan. Who knows when he will ask Ning Wang for the person?" Yu Shu hesitantly asks, "You mean, the Emperor will privately send people to investigate Ji Xingxuan again?" Shui Rui nods. Instantly, Yu Shu couldn't tell if this was good news or bad news. The good news was that if they could find the murderer hiding in Taisha Shu garden from Ji Xingxuan, the one who wanted to kill the person who broke the fate, she, the real one, would be safe. The bad news was that when Emperor Zhao Qing uprooted that group of thieves, they would be able to put her and Jing Chen together without any qualms. Shui Rui looks at Yu Shu's fluctuating expression and suddenly asks, Shu, have you thought about why that group of people in the dark want to target Jing Chen, find the person who broke the fate, and harm the innocent? Yu Shu raises her eyebrows. Didn't they say that they are rebels? They know that Jing Chen, this great calamity, can control the fate of the country, and is closely related to the life and death of the person who broke the fate, so they want to attack him so that they can rebel in the future. Shui Rui's eyes light up. If that's the case, why don't they just kill Jing Chen, this great calamity, to their heart's content? Why do they have to find you, the person who broke the fate? You said that Jing Chen's search for the person who broke the fate in Yang was fruitless, and as soon as he left, he was plotted against. After being seriously injured, he was abandoned on the river. But when you saved him, he was still breathing, and his acupuncture points were pierced with silver needles, causing him to lose his memory and speech. If someone wanted to kill him, why did they need to do so? Yu Shu is stunned. After hearing his words, she also feels strange. Yes, if that group of people wanted to kill the person who broke the fate to rebel, why didn't they just kill Jing Chen, this great calamity, to their heart's content? Why did they leave him alive? She had never thought about this question carefully before. It was because after Jing Chen regained his memories, he could not clearly remember the part where he was being hunted down in the south. Thus, she had subconsciously thought that he had escaped death. She had never thought that someone had purposely left him alive. But why didn't they kill Jing Chen, but kill her, the person who broke the fate? Why am I getting more and more confused? Big brother, if they didn't want to rebel, then why? Since it is related to her, her mind is a little confused. When she looked up, she saw Shui Rui staring at her faintly, and his words are shocking. Why don't you change your way of thinking? Whether the person behind the scenes wants to rebel or not, it is true that he wants to obstruct the current emperor and the celestial commissioner, but he doesn't want Jing Chen to die, so he can only kill the person who broke the fate. Who would not want to kill Jing Chen, but also think of ways to destroy it? Yu Shu's eyelids twitched under his gaze, and a person popped up in her mind. Her mouth doesn't listen to her, it opened and closed, and she said this person at the same time as Shui Rui. Yunhua. Chapter 626. It was late at night. Yu Shu tossed and turned and could not fall asleep. Her mind was filled with the conversation she had with Shui Rui during the day. It was one thing to know that Yunhua was not dead, but it was another thing to suspect that he was the culprit behind the 2 murders in Taisha Shuyuan. In Yu Shu's understanding, Yunhua, the eldest senior brother whom she had never met, was a person with a good reputation when he was alive. When he was dead, he was also a legend. He was definitely not related to the murderer at all. If it was really Yunhua, then Yu Shu could only praise him for being ruthless. In order to stop the Dawn calamity from losing his life, he could even lay his hands on his own son, Jing Chen. He beat him half to death and threw him into the river. It was fortunate that she picked him up and brought him back. Otherwise, she would have fed him to the fish. If it was not Yunhua, then if he did not die 20 years ago, where was he hiding for the past 20 years? Yu Shu thought for a night. The next day, she had a pair of black eyes. When Shui Rui saw this, he was quite regretful. He thought that he should not have told her before he found out the truth. He comforted her and said, "It's just a speculation. Don't take it to heart." Yu Shu shook her head. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that Jing Chen's murder and the murders in Taisha Shuyuan had something to do with Yunhua. The biggest possibility was that Yunhua exposed his purpose of destroying the Book of Mystery Woman's 6 Wrens and was killed by the royal family of Dawn. After he escaped, he concealed his identity and secretly made arrangements. He waited until Jing Qin, the calamity of dawn, came down from Mount Longhu before he took action. Jing Qin told her that Titian once said that the dawn calamity only appeared once in 100 years. It was fate, but it was also a predestined fate. According to the time, Jing Qin should be the third calamity that appeared since the founding of the Dawn Kingdom. However, the fate breaker did not seem to appear together with the calamity. Only the calamity could see the fate breaker from the imperial tombs. Therefore, Yunhua must have known that Jing Chen's son was a troublemaker when he was born. He could not destroy the Book of Mystic Maiden's 6 Rens, but he knew the secret of this book, so he changed his goal to stop the troublemaker from destroying his life. He could not bear to kill his own son, so he could only wait for the day Jing Chen found the person who would destroy his life, and then he would make a move against the person who would destroy his life. Thinking about it this way, the most crucial part of the Book of the Mysterious Maiden Lu Ren should be the great calamity of An Dynasty. It was related to the fate of An Dynasty, it was related to the peace of the world. Qing Zhang's obsession with destroying the Book of the Mysterious Maiden Lu Ren was very deep. Otherwise, he would not have sent his eldest disciple to take the risk to go to the capital. After 20 years, he accepted her as his disciple and sent her to the capital again. My master, Daoist Qing Zheng, knows fortune and misfortune, and can judge life and death. Then, he must be able to predict that Yunhua is not dead. However, from his tone at that time, he and Yunhua have been separated for many years and have not been able to meet again. That is to say, after Yunhua was in danger that year, his whereabouts were unknown, and he did not go back to find master. Yu Shu talked to herself. She always felt that Yunhua's obsession was somewhat inexplicable. He was ordered by his master to go to the capital to destroy the book, but he did not destroy the book. Instead, he lost his own son. Under the situation where he was surrounded by enemies on all sides, shouldn't he try to find a way to reunite with Daoist Qing Zheng? Yunhua was different from her. Qing Zheng said that he accepted this eldest disciple 30 years ago, which meant that he had taught him for at least 10 years. With such a master-disciple relationship, she did not believe that Qing Zheng would wash his hands of Yunhua like how he treated her. He would definitely leave him a way out and would not let him not be able to find her. However, after Yunhua died 20 years ago, he did not return to Qing Zheng's side. Instead, he chose to live in seclusion alone. The feeling he gave her was that he was deliberately avoiding Qing Zheng and did not want Qing Zheng to interfere with him. You seem to have mentioned that before Yunhua came to the capital in the past, he already had a wife. Shui Rui asked out of the blue. Yes, my master mentioned it in front of me. He said that my eldest senior brother had already married and had a child. Yu Shu recalled that when Qing Zheng mentioned Yunhua, he had a proud look on his face. Unfortunately, she drank a few mouthfuls of spicy wine at that time and fell asleep, so she did not hear the whole story. Then, where are Yunhua's first wife and child now? Yu Shu shook her head and said casually, maybe they are living well somewhere. Otherwise, they are dead. Her words were stuck in her throat, and she bit her tongue. Suddenly, a vague idea came to her mind, and her eyes drifted around. She did not notice that Shui Rui, who was sitting opposite her, had a stern look on his face, and his eyes were slightly closed. There was a short silence between the two of them. Shui Rui said, "You have seen Yunhua's exam paper when he participated in the Grand Yan examination. Do you still remember where he came from? This happened more than half a year ago." Yu Shu used one of Yunhua's astrology exam papers to trick the Ji family. Now, that exam paper had been destroyed. Fortunately, she had a good memory, so she did not forget it. I remember that it was written on that exam paper that he was from Changzhou. All the examinees of the Grand Yan examination were given an exam notice. There was no student number. All the exam papers were distinguished by their birthplace, name, and handwriting. Changzhou. Shui Rui muttered to himself. His heart was moved. He thought, Changzhou and Yang are adjacent to each other, less than 100 miles apart. Yunhua came to the capital with an ulterior motive, so his name and birthplace can be fake, but his accent and customs can't be too far from the truth. Could it be that he is actually from Yang? Didn't you also become his disciple in Yang City? Although that is what he wrote, who knows whether it is fake or not. Even the name Yun Mufeng might not be real. Yu Shu slightly twitched her mouth. She judged Yunhua from a woman's point of view. She felt that he was really a scumbag. He left his wife and child to go to the capital and became famous overnight. He became the son-in-law of the emperor, and he was in love with Princess Liue and had a child. He had let down 2 women. Of his 2 sons, one was unknown whether he was alive or dead, and the other was cheated here and there. He was a terrible father. In comparison, Yunhua and Jing Qin were really a pair of father and son. They both abandoned their own good lives for the sake of those incorporeal morality. I will send someone to Changzhou to investigate as soon as possible. I will let you know when there is news. Shui Rui came back to his senses and said to her, after breakfast, I will send you to the Celestial Commissioner's office. Yu Shu stayed at Wang Ji Tower yesterday and did not leave. Lu Hong and Su Qing were sent away by her. When she went out, Shui Rui had to personally send her off before she could rest assured. Because the speculation that Yunhua was the culprit was too scary, Yu Shu forgot to tell Shui Rui that she went to the palace and met Imperial Consort Shui. Shui Rui sent Yu Shu to the main entrance of the Celestial Commissioner's office. Before they parted, he reminded her, you are in charge of the official marriage approval. If you see Jin Sun's 8 words calligraphy, temporarily suppress it. Remember to inform me. Yu Shu naturally agreed. She wanted to ask more, but Shui Rui had already closed the car door, turned around, and left. Lu Hong and Su Qing were waiting at the entrance of the official office. They followed her inside. The 3 of them split up in the courtyard of the Kunling Bureau. Yu Shu went to work, and the 2 guards were ordered to stroll elsewhere and listen to the news. After entering the courtyard, Yu Shu raised her head and glanced at the window of the east building. Seeing that it was open, she knew that Jing Qin had arrived first. So, she went upstairs first. In the same department, the lower officials had to report to their superiors in the morning and evening. This was the rule of the officialdom. Good morning, Right Commander. Do you have any instructions today? If there is nothing else, I will go. Jing Qin sat by the window and flipped through a book. A corner of his silver gauze robe hung to the ground. The embroidery of the Big Dipper Palace on his shoulder was illuminated by the morning light. His long hair was tied up, and he wore no black gauze. His brows were like distant mountains, and there was a small shadow in his eyes. When he looked back, it was like autumn water. Such a pleasing man could only be watched from afar. Yu Shu sighed in her heart. Jing Qin looked at her, put down the scroll, and said, when I entered the palace yesterday, His Majesty was drafting an edict. The golden book and seal of your title have already been made by the Ministry of Rights. In the morning, someone from the palace will come to announce the edict. You should prepare. On the day of the Water and Land Conference, although Emperor Zhao Qing had personally conferred the title of Miaoling Messenger to Yu Shu, the imperial edict had not been written. It would take some time for the book and seal to be made. This was considered fast. Thank you for telling me. Yu Shu smiled and turned to go downstairs. Jing Qin waited until she had disappeared before looking away. He looked at the book in his hand again, but he could not concentrate on reading it. These days, the only things that he looked forward to every day were the mornings and evenings. Even if he did not have anything to say, it was better than her ignoring him. Yu Shu went downstairs and found Xiaolan. She had him inform all the officials of the Kunling Bureau so that they would not be flustered when the imperial edict arrived. When it was almost noon, someone from the palace came to announce the imperial edict. The people of the Kunling Bureau all came out to receive the imperial edict at the door. The head eunuch holding the imperial edict read something in a genteel manner. Yu Shu did not understand, but she heard two key points. First, the title that Emperor Zhao Qing had given her was equivalent to a third-rank vassal. In other words, she had an additional allowance. In the future, when she saw officials below third rank, she could stand with her head held high. Second, other than this title, Emperor Zhao Qing also rewarded her with 100 taels of gold, a number of fine silk cloths, and the flag that she had used to summon the rain that day with the true dragon's command personally written on it. Yu Shu was extremely happy. Seeing the real benefits, she felt that the title was well-deserved. It was no longer a title that could not be used for eating and drinking. This subject thanks the emperor for his great kindness. Long live the emperor! Yu Shu knelt down to receive the imperial edict. She raised the silk cloths above her head. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. After two guards brought the gold and silver into the building, Yu Shu approached the head eunuch who was announcing the imperial edict. She stuffed the silver notes that she had prepared into the other's sleeves. With a smile, she made friends with this chief eunuch of the Bureau of Rights, Wang Fengtai, Eunuch Wang. After the eunuch left, the people from the Kunling Bureau came forward to congratulate Yu Shu. Someone asked when Yu Shu was going to hold the banquet so that they could prepare a congratulatory gift and come to visit. Yu Shu thought about how the layout of the residence on Baochong Street was almost the same. She calculated the time of relocation and said to the crowd, "Find a good day in the middle of next month. Wait for me to send out an invitation." The circle of people dispersed in satisfaction. After a while, only Yu Shu and Jing Chen were left in the courtyard. "If you are going to hold a banquet, will you invite me?" Jing Chen asked. Yu Shu was in a good mood. When she heard this, she said, "Of course, I will invite you up the mountain to do me the honor." Jing Chen smiled and nodded, gesturing for her to enter. "Go in." Yu Shu walked behind him. She could not help but think, if Yunhua is really the mastermind behind the scenes, how will Jing Chen face him in the future? Chapter 627. Yu Shu got a big house on Baochong Street from Lu Tan after the Double Suns Festival in March. It took her 3 months to build it. Finally, at the end of July, it became the happy house she expected. The house had 4 entrances and the gate faced south. The 2 small gardens in the east and west of the central axis were connected with a veranda. Looking down from the sky, it looked like a fish jumping in the air. It was full of geomancy. The flowers and trees in the garden were transplanted from the Ministry of Works. The water from the pond was drained and the koi fish were fished from the center of Jade Lion Lake. She did not know how Pei Jing managed to smuggle a bunch of birds and beasts into the garden for her. There were mandarin ducks, white ducks, lark thrushes, sika deer, squirrels, macaques, and the rarest of them all was a pair of white cranes. For this reason, he even found an experienced bird breeder for her. Most of the furniture in the house was ready-made, but there were a few rare top-grade ones. It was like the big 4-season bed made of rosewood in Yu Shu's bedroom. The 4 pillars were engraved with the scenes of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. The 4 corners of the bed were hung with hollowed lampshades in the shape of bird's nest. At night, she lit the candles and lay on her back in the mosquito net. When she opened her eyes, she could see the changing of the 4 seasons. It was such a beautiful scene. This large bed was originally kept in the treasury of the Southern Cinewood Forest Lumber Company, and it wasn't for sale. Shui Rui sent it over to Yu Shu with a note, and Yu Shu was extremely fond of it the moment she saw it, so she directly placed it in her room and used it as a bed. After the construction of the luxurious house was completed, the money flowed out like water. Yu Shu was distressed. But after looking around, she felt that it was worth it. It was really a good idea to spend money anywhere. Yu Shu took Zhao Hui and He Fangji to see the house first. After discussing with them, she started to pack up her belongings and luggage. Old Madam He was a little reluctant to live with her son and daughter-in-law, Yu Shu, a foreigner. But when she came to Baochong Street in person, she got rid of the grudge. Zhao Hui persuaded the old lady in private, "It's our family's blessing that Xiao Yu is so promising. But she and her brother are lonely and her mother is unreliable, so she is really close to us. Mother, you just need to treat her as your own granddaughter. What's wrong? Besides, Xiaochuan has sisters and brothers like Xiao Yu and Xiao Xiu. Isn't it good to live together?" Old Madam He was open-minded after all. She had to think for He Xiaochuan, the only son of the He family. Yu Shu asked Jing Qin for leave in advance. On the day of the end of the month, she didn't go to the Celestial Commissioner's office. She got up early in the morning and was busy moving her belongings and luggage. The furniture on Baochong Street was complete. The family had started packing clothes and personal belongings a few days ago. After packing wooden boxes, they rented 3 horse carriages and were escorted by Lu Hong and Su Qing to move to the new house. Not to mention that it was a waste of talent to be guarded by a 7th-class bodyguard. Just the box of money that Yu Shu had saved for half a year was worth more than 10,000 taels of silver. The 3 horse carriages went back and forth 3 times before they finished moving the things. Half of them were gifts that Yu Shu had received in the past 2 months. There were all kinds of gifts, some of which hadn't even been opened yet. Along with them, there was a basket full of visiting cards. It wasn't the first time that Yu Shu was fed up with receiving gifts. The last time was when she showed off her skill at the gentleman's hibiscus banquet. This time, it was because she was in the limelight at the Water and Land Conference. Yu Shu followed them into the last carriage. She sat cross-legged in the carriage and casually flipped through the basket of cards by her feet. After the gentleman's hibiscus banquet, she had taken the time to organize the list. This time, because the Celestial Commissioner had taken office, she didn't have the time to organize it. As a result, it was piled up in a mess. She was even more unwilling to look at it in detail. Yu Shu knew that it wasn't a good idea for her to always turn a blind eye and only accept gifts while ignoring people. She still had to sort out these cards. She would reply to those that needed to be replied to, invite those that needed to be invited, and throw those that needed to be thrown away. It would be best if she could find someone to do it so that it wouldn't delay her business. Right now, she only had one maidservant by her side, Yundo. Yundo was illiterate, so she couldn't count on her. She had to go to the Provision Institute as soon as possible and buy a few capable servants to order around. Yu Shu asked Shui Rui for advice. It wasn't easy to set up one's own house. Having a house and money couldn't be spared. The most important thing was to choose and buy servants. She divided them into men and women, inner and outer courtyards, each with their own duties, so that it wouldn't be a mess. According to the number of people in her family and the size of the house, she had to get at least 2 gatekeepers, 2 servants to clean the outer courtyard, and 2 maidservants to serve tea and pour water. Then there was the inner courtyard. Zhao Hui and her husband would have 1 courtyard. There would be guards, cleaners, servants, and servants. There would be at least 4 people. Old Madam He's courtyard would also need 4 people. Adding on the kitchen staff, coachmen, and gardeners, all of which were indispensable, there would need to be 20 to 30 servants in this big house, and this didn't include the number of guards. It took 3 days to tidy up the whole family. During this time, Yu Shu went to the Provision Institute twice and spent a few hundred taels of silver to buy more than a dozen people in one breath and stuff them into the new house. There was no need to go to the Provision Institute to choose those rough servants. They could just find a woman broker, and a slave contract would only cost 3 to 5 taels of silver. However, Yushu would rather spend a few more money to buy people who knew everything in the Provision Institute. She didn't spend the few hundred taels of silver in vain. When the steward of the Provision Institute saw her identity, he couldn't wait to curry favor with her. How could he dare to take advantage of her? Yushu didn't go alone. Instead, she took Zhao Hui with her. When it came to housework, Yushu was ashamed to admit that she couldn't compare with Zhao Hui, who used to be a merchant's miss and was now a mother. Sitting in the heavenly room, there were a few teenage girls standing in a row in front of them. On the chair above, Zhao Hui turned her head and whispered to Yushu, "You have to choose a room to serve. You have to be smart, and the most important thing is to know your place. You can't tell whether it's good or bad. First, you have to choose the one you like. After coming in, you can't choose the second one on the left or the first one on the right." This was to choose a maidservant for Yushu to accompany Yundo. In any case, she was a 5th-ranked female official. Compared to the example of a noble family, 2 maidservants were already shabby. Even Aksayan Liu, the daughter of a noble family, had 4 or 5 maidservants in the front and back of the house. Yushu still had the independent thoughts of a modern person. She didn't like others interfering in her private territory, but she had no choice. She became an official, so there were many chores that needed to be taken care of. If there was only Yundo, that little maidservant would be exhausted to death. After looking around, Yushu asked 2 girls who were more pleasing to the eye if they could read. The 2 girls rushed to answer yes, so she asked them to write a few words. When she took the words in her hands, she saw that their handwriting was even worse than her beginners. She frowned and turned to the steward standing at the side and said, "I asked you to find me a few literate people, but you let me see these inferior ones." The steward could hear the dissatisfaction in her tone. He quickly smiled apologetically and explained, "Lady Darren doesn't know, but there aren't many literate maidservants. They are all here. It's not that this lowly one is being perfunctory, but if there are servants who can write and draw, they wouldn't just be sold for the price of a maidservant. Those were all women that rich men would pay a high price to buy to play with. If I want you to find them, just find them for me. Are you afraid that I can't afford the money?" She mainly wanted to find someone to be her private secretary, so her requirements were naturally high. "Lady Darren is joking, hee." The steward laughed dryly twice, "Then please wait a moment, this lowly one will be back soon." Saying that, he took a group of girls out. Some of them saw that they couldn't follow such a good master like Yushu, so their eyes showed disappointment. When they walked to the door, they couldn't help but look back at Yushu pitifully. Chapter 628. The steward didn't dare to offend Yushu, so he quickly found a group of female slaves for her to choose from. Among them, there were many young ladies from official families who had been convicted and sold. Not only were they literate, but they were also proficient in the 4 arts. On the way, the steward kindly reminded them, "The one who came back is the Celestial Commissioner, a female official of the 5th rank. She is quite famous in the capital. If she takes a liking to you, although you will only be ordered around as a servant, isn't it better than being a plaything for those rich men? Who knows, good days are waiting for you. Mother, for the sake of our relationship, we'll tell you the truth. It's fine as long as you know what to do." The group of girls responded in a low voice, each of them having their own considerations. The minister's quarters was very good at training people. When Yushu saw these spoiled girls in front of her, they didn't have the slightest bit of disobedience. They were abnormally well-behaved and answered whatever she asked. When she asked them to write, one of them even wrote a poem on the spot. When she asked them what they could do, they were good at playing the zither, painting, needlework, and so on. This made Yundo, who was standing behind Yushu, very nervous. She was worried that her daughter would buy these maidservants who were several streets ahead of her and then look down on her in the future. In the end, Yushu chose two people. One was a 14-year-old girl with dark eyebrows and big eyes. She looked quite clever. The other was a bit older, about 17 years old. She looked gentle and quiet, spoke at a steady pace, and was very well behaved. Compared to the other girls waiting to be chosen, she was less nervous. For these two people, the steward asked for a total of 180 taels. On one hand, he was careful because he was afraid that Yushu would think it was too expensive. On the other hand, he was depressed. For such an upright and clean girl, if someone from a brothel came to pick her, they would have to pay 3 times the price. However, the owner heard that official Yu had come yesterday, so he specially sent someone over to tell them not to raise the price. It was fine to sell her half and give her half as gifts, but they must return with satisfaction. That's it. Yushu happily took out the banknotes, and the steward quickly handed over the two's indenture and confession cards to her. Yushu asked Yundo to put it away and immediately changed the names of the two girls. She couldn't think of any elegant words, so she used the meaning of the 5 elements. The older one was called Aksayan and the younger one was called Lin Seeing that Yushu specially gave them new names, Yundo quietly pouted. Aksayan and Lin received 2 small bundles from the disciplinarian aunt under the envious gazes of their friends. He followed behind Yushu. After exiting the heaven room, Xiaochen passed through a drooping flower door and exited the backyard. Suddenly, she heard a commotion. Yushu turned her head to look. From afar, she saw a figure crawling out from under the moon door on the other side of the corridor. He was limping towards her, and there were a few people chasing after him. The expression of the steward who led the way for Yushu changed. He turned to Yushu and smiled. "Madam, please don't be offended. Let's go this way." After saying that, he pointed to a corridor on the side. However, Yushu stood there without moving. Zhao Hui and the maidservants also stopped. Soon, the figure ran in front of her and was blocked by Yushu and the others. She stopped in a panic and raised her head. Her messy hair hung loosely over her shoulders. Between the strands of hair was a pair of abnormally bright eyes. Yushu was stunned for a moment. That person was also stunned. "Stop. Where are you going?" 2 tall and burly women also chased after her. The steward scolded in a low voice, "What are you doing? You're disturbing the honored guest. Hurry and take her away." Thus, the 2 women hurriedly grabbed the dazed person and secretly pinched her soft flesh. They dragged her away. After being pinched a few times, the person came back to her senses from the pain. She struggled weakly and turned her head. Her fearful eyes fell on Yushu. She straightened her neck and cried out in a pitiful voice, Save me." With a slightly stiff accent and a hoarse voice, it was hard to tell if it was a man or a woman. The steward coughed. One of the women hurriedly covered the person's mouth and used all her strength to drag her away. The person desperately twisted her neck and looked at Yushu with a look of despair. "Wait," Yushu said. "Madam, let them bring the person over for me to take a look." The steward couldn't refuse her. After hesitating for a moment, she called the person back. Thus, the 2 women came back and brought the person in front of Yushu. The person's hair was unkempt and her legs were powerless as she knelt on the ground. Yushu squatted down and used one hand to brush the hair on her face and put it behind her ear, exposing her eyes and looking at her for a while. The steward was worried that she would misunderstand and quickly explained, "This is a sinner who has just been sold from prison and doesn't know the rules." The Dan laws were not harsh. The punishments were the same as the previous dynasty. They were divided into 5 levels: flogging, apprenticeship, exile, and death. The death penalty was rare, but those who were exiled would often be sold to a place to be a slave. The house of enslavement was one of those places. From Yushu's understanding, it was to deprive the person of their rights for life. Under her stare, the sinner stammered, "They took off my clothes, beat me, and even put their hands under me." Tears rolled down her cheeks as she bit her lips. She looked ashamed and indignant, unable to continue. Her clothes were so dirty that the color could not be distinguished. Because her collar was pulled open, it was difficult to hide the rising and falling curves of her chest, so people would not mistake her gender. Yushu's brows furrowed. The steward immediately felt awkward. All new female prisoners had to be checked to see if they were virgins or not. This wasn't a big deal, but he couldn't bring himself to say this to a woman like Yushu. "Save me, please." Yushu looked at the criminal begging on the ground and thought for a while. Then she said to the steward, "I want to buy her." "You name a price." The steward looked embarrassed. "Darren, this sinner has not been disciplined. According to our rules, it is not good to sell her. If you take her back and something happens to her, we can't bear the responsibility." That was what he said, but in fact, when this female prisoner was sent here, the higher-ups had specifically told him to train her well. Obviously, someone had booked her. How could he dare to sell such a high-class goods to Yushu on his own? Yushu didn't know what was going on, but she could see that the steward couldn't make the decision, so she said, "It doesn't matter. I won't blame you if something happens. Speaking of which, this female convict has some history with me. I'm determined to have her. If you can't be the steward, you might as well ask the master." Then she turned to Zhao Hui and said, "Mother, take her back to the house first. I will stay for a while." Although Zhao Hui was puzzled, she did not ask much. She nodded and left first. The steward had no choice but to invite Yushu to the living room to wait. He sent the female prisoner over, and then left in a hurry to report to the higher-ups. Yushu sat on a chair and looked at the female prisoner, who was kneeling on the ground with her hands and feet tied. She bent down and called her, "Abe. Kue." Chapter 629. Yushu brought in Baekue out of the enclave and did not take out a single silver coin. Instead, she received an invitation from the owner of the enclave, letting her know who the backer of the enclave was. The name of the invitation was Lu Jiong, Prince Yang's heir. That was to say, the enclave was the property of Prince Yang's residence. Lu Jiong asked someone to send the invitation to Yushu without saying anything else. He did not mention anything about meeting her, a popular person, and acted as if he was doing her a favor. He was so solicitous for no reason, but Yushu could not figure out what he meant. She could only take him away first and mention it to Shui Rui later. It was not until they sat in the carriage that Baekue believed that Yushu really wanted to take her away. Regardless of the narrowness of the carriage, she knelt at her feet and kept repeating the word "thank you." If it was not for Yushu sensing something was wrong and quickly pulled her up, this Donging girl would have kissed her shoes. Yushu pressed her to her side and roughly examined her body. She found many traces of torture. It was no wonder that she was humiliated in the enclave after coming out from prison and was scared out of her wits, wanting to escape. And Baekue was pulled around by Yushu and did not resist at all. She obediently knelt at her feet until Yushu pulled a cloak over her head, covering her naked body. Feeling warm, she could not help hugging her shoulders, trembling and sobbing softly. Yushu could not hear the sound of people crying, but seeing that she was really pitiful, she could not open her mouth to make her shut up. She could only pat her head like she was stroking a puppy and said, "Do you understand the official language?" And Baekue stopped crying and nodded her head hard, "Ha-ee." After saying that, she found that it was not right and quickly changed her words, "I understand." Yushu made an "nth" sound, patting her head from time to time as her mind wandered. She didn't know why she would take this child in. Rather than saying that she suddenly became kind, it would be better to say that it was a spur-of-the-moment action. If she really brought him out, she would owe Xiang Prince Fu a favor and it would be too late for regrets. Alright, I'll just treat it as doing a good deed every day. Her hand paused on the top of her head, and she tried to tell her as succinctly as possible, the envoy from Dongning committed the crime of deceiving the emperor. You are a criminal, and you were supposed to be locked up in that place just now to suffer, but I bought you out. From now on, you are my slave. Your life is mine. I can keep you, but you have to listen to me. Otherwise, I'll send you back. Do you understand? The head under his hand shrank for a moment, then he replied, Kuei Zi understands. Yushu was satisfied with her tactfulness. He didn't try to scare her anymore. Returning to the mansion on Baochong Street, Yushu brought in Beikuei to her courtyard and called Yundo over. She handed the person over to her to clean up before going to Zhao Hui to ask for some ointment for her. Xin, her and Lin had just arrived. They were eager to show off in front of Yushu. Without her instructions, one fetched water and handed her a handkerchief. The other brewed tea and fanned herself, then helped Yushu change her clothes and shoes. When she sat on the couch, they knelt on the footstool and massaged her shoulders and legs. Yushu felt very comfortable being served, and she wanted to take a nap. She closed her eyes and actually fell asleep. This sleep lasted until the evening. It was Yundo who came in to wake her up. Yushu sat cross-legged. Just as she stretched, Lin tactfully added a cushion on her back. When Yundo saw the actions of the two newcomers, she felt depressed. It was originally her business, but now it was taken over by others. Looking at the girl enjoying it, how could she be happy? No, she had to work harder. She couldn't let the newcomers be inferior to her. Miss, that person has been washed and the ointment has been applied. Do you want me to bring her over for you to take a look? Bring her over. Under Yushu's command, Abe Kuei was brought before her in a short while. The Japanese girl who had changed into a maid's dress was not as exquisite as the one she had seen at the Landwater conference. However, her fair skin and light eye color still made her stand out from ordinary people. Master. Once Abe Kuei entered the room, she knelt down with both knees on the ground. Her hands were pressed against the side of her face, and the tip of her nose was touching the ground. She knelt without any hesitation to show her respect. The maids in the room looked at each other in dismay when they saw such a great gesture. Yushu waved her hand and asked them to leave. She then called Abe Kuei to stand up and ask her questions. You're called Abe Kuei. Is that your real name? Master, my real name is Kuei Zi. Abe is a fake surname they gave me. She said with a face full of shame, I'm a lowly commoner and don't deserve to have a surname. Lowly commoner? Yushu asked suspiciously, then who taught you to speak Chinese? I see that you speak it more fluently than that envoy called Yamada Jiro. It was my mother who taught me. She used to be a prostitute and was very smart. She learned Chinese from a benefactor. When I was young, she always told me about the Han dynasty. She even taught me how to write calligraphy. Speaking of her mother who was a prostitute, Abe Kuei did not feel ashamed of her inferiority. Instead, she revealed a sorrowful expression. After listening to her background, Yushu suddenly suspected how she had followed the Japanese envoy to Def and to kidnap people. Was it because her eyes looked demonic and made it easier to bluff people? Yushu recalled the first time she met this child. Her hair stood on end when she was stared at by her eyes. That was why she paid attention and did today's good deed. What's wrong with your eyes? Was it hereditary or a disease? After asking this question, Yushu saw fear appear on Abe Kuei's face. She suddenly lowered her head and curled her body into a ball. It was as if she wanted to disappear in front of Yushu. "What's wrong with you?" Yushu was puzzled by her reaction. "I beg Master to let me stay. Don't send me back. I beg you." Abe Kuei suddenly kowtowed to Yushu with her head on the ground. Yushu was startled by her actions. Then, she straightened her face and scolded, "What are you doing? Shut up and get up." Abe Kuei was obedient. She shivered and held back her crying. She obediently got up and buried her head in her chest. She did not dare to look up at Yushu. "Whatever I ask you, you answer it. Don't cry. Do you hear me? Ha-ee. I asked you what's wrong with your eyes. Why are you crying?" Kuei-zi is an inauspicious person. The more Yushu listened, the more confused she became. "What do you mean by an inauspicious person?" "My eyes can see the souls of the dead." And Biki's voice was almost inaudible as he sobbed. Yushu was startled. "Inyang eyes." Abe Kuei didn't see Yushu speak. She was very nervous and whispered, "Ever since I could remember, I found that I was different from others. When I was young, I lived with my mother in a brothel. One winter was very cold, and a cat raised by Auntie Kizzy froze to death. She fell into a memory. The tabby cat had golden fur and liked to lie in the sun and play with its tail. Later, Auntie Kizzy found it frozen to death in the corridor. It was covered with dirty black mud and was as stiff as a stone. They buried its body at the bottom of the tree. At night, she saw a ball of light coming out of the mud, floating there and lingering. It was not until the 7th day that the light disappeared. Later, she told this to her mother. Her mother didn't believe her and laughed and said that her eyes were dazzled. Later, someone died in the brothel and she saw the same thing on the dead body. When she told her mother, she couldn't laugh anymore. So her mother made a promise with her that she couldn't tell this secret to others. She promised, but she couldn't keep this promise. Slowly, more and more people knew her secret. People looked at her with disgust and fear. They said that she could see the ghosts of the dead. They said that she was an inauspicious person. A year ago, she and her mother were brought to Kyoto by an official. She was presented to the great General Ashikaga. Since then, she had to face different corpses every day. Sometimes, she even slept in a pile of corpses. Finally, she followed the diplomatic group and came to dawn. She told her story in halting bursts, and there was a moment of silence in the room. If it was anyone else who heard of such a strange thing, they would probably find it hard to believe, but Yushu was not an ordinary person. She herself had experienced something even more bizarre than this. She could transmigrate from 500 years ago, so why couldn't others see ghosts? Moreover, Biki had no reason to lie to her. There was no benefit in lying to her. "Tell me more clearly. You can see the light emitted from the dead. Are you their ghosts? What do the ghosts look like? Can they see you?" Yushu's interest was completely aroused. Biki was originally prepared to be despised by her. When he heard this, he quietly raised his head. But when he saw that there was no fear on her face, he immediately let out a sigh of relief. He told her timidly, "When a person dies, the soul will leave the body. They will stay around the corpse and only dissipate after 7 days. Ghosts don't have a shape. They are just a mass of light. They can't speak, and they won't run around. Only their colors are different." Yushu thought for a moment and asked, then at the Land and Water Conference, "How did you know the name of the condemned person and what crime he had committed?" The trick of letting the dead come back to life was exposed by Zhu Qingjue because of the knockout drug, but Biki accurately told the identity of the deceased, which became a mystery. That's because, and Biki stuttered, half a year ago, I discovered that not only could I see the ghosts of the dead, but I could also see the souls of people who were about to die. The day before the Land and Water Conference, Lord Yamada bribed your officials and brought me around the prison. He let me see some condemned people and asked about all the prisoners whose souls I could see. That's how I knew who the prisoner was. Yushu suddenly understood, and then she was surprised. And Biki could see the ghosts of the dead. To put it bluntly, it was useless. But she could see the signs of the souls of people who were about to die. That was the key. Her heartbeat sped up. She sat up from the couch and paced around the room barefoot without wearing shoes. Suddenly, an idea flashed in her mind. She suddenly stopped and turned her head, staring at the trembling Biki. The corners of her mouth slowly opened, and she almost jumped in excitement. Chapter 630. In the future, the number of daily updates might decrease, or even stop updating. I hope everyone can understand. Chapter 631. On the last day of the month, the August book of the Great Land finally reached Empress Rui Shi's hands. The days of betting for the Fapine in the Hogong had been determined by Kunling Bureau, but the actual execution still had to go through the Empress who controlled the 6 palaces and the Phoenix Seal. Rui Empress opened the book of the Great Land and read through it. She didn't find any problems. After thinking it over, she found the ingenuity. For example, Lu Fei had lost a day for nothing. For example, Shu Fei's 3 days weren't good days. Also, Sun Guiren, who was in favor, didn't seem to have lost a day, but had bumped into Shu Fei and Zhao Ping. Rui Empress snorted and handed the book of the Great Land to Jingshang Gong. She took a sip of tea and said, "It looks like the Hogong is going to change. Someone has waited patiently for all these years and finally can't sit still anymore. They even want to interfere in Ben Gong's business." Jingshang Gong was older than Rui Empress by a decade. She was an old servant of the previous emperor. It was said that she had saved the previous emperor when he was patrolling the north. After the ascension, she had been sent to Perchingwu Palace to guide the mistresses of the 6 palaces. In this palace where there were servants and masters, her position was special. Even the 4 Jingfei had to amiably call her Jinggugu when they saw her. Even Rui Empress could see the clues, much less the experienced Jingshang Gong. "I heard from Yongla Palace that not long ago, Yunuyu of Kunling Bureau was summoned into the palace. She first went to see Guifei Nyang and then saw Shu Fei and Heng Fei. This old servant had thought that this Yu official wouldn't offend anyone. I didn't think she would be so daring. A newly appointed official dared to tamper with the book of the Great Land." Jingshang Gong really wanted to praise her for her courage. Rui Empress furrowed her brow. The wrinkles at the corners of her eyes revealed the traces of time. She had a disdainful expression and bit her lower lip. They all have sons and naturally have to plan well. But Ben Gong is spending so much effort, for what? She married Emperor Zhao Qing when she was 16. At that time, he was just an unremarkable prince. Who would have thought that after 3 years in the palace, although he was not conferred the title of king, he became the crown prince when the former emperor was in his old age. And in the crown prince's palace, several women with their own merits moved in. Xue Shi, who was younger and more beautiful than her, Yin Shi, who was richer than her, and Lu Shi, who was more gentle and considerate than her. The only thing she was stronger than them in was her identity as the crown princess. Emperor Zhao Qing loved beauties, and he was a passionate but unsentimental person. When she was young, she didn't care about meat and vegetables. Her eldest son was the son of a bed-warming maid in the crown prince's residence. When she saw the child being born, it wasn't that she didn't hate him, but he was just 1 year old. That child would die the next day. His eldest son had died early. Because of this, Emperor Zhao Qing was depressed for a period of time. But very quickly, he had a second son, the third prince, who was the third of his children. He was born to a concubine that he was very fond of. Not long after the child was born, he became the crown prince, so he loved the third prince very much. He even asked for the title of concubine for his birth mother, Lu. But good times didn't last. The third prince didn't live to see the day he succeeded the throne before he died of illness. In these 2 years, the inner courtyard of the crown prince's residence was no longer under her control. Emperor Zhao Qing had a few more children, and 3 years after giving birth to the second princess, she became pregnant again. In those days, she was extremely careful. She always felt that the women in the crown prince's mansion all had bad intentions towards her. They coveted her position and wanted to kill her and her child. Later, she gave birth to the fifth prince's son and finally had a breather. It seemed that her position as the crown prince's imperial concubine was finally stabilized on the day her son was born. The former emperor bestowed the name of the crown prince's fifth son, Lu Su, symbolizing the beauty of the rising sun. Those women who didn't have children suddenly became insignificant in her eyes. Even Xueliangdi, who Emperor Zhao Qing was infatuated with for a while and lingered for several months, didn't seem to be scary. Under her attentive expectations, her grew up day by day. Emperor Zhao Qing finally sat on the dragon throne. Following the ancestral tradition of mourning for the former emperor for 3 years, he changed the name of the country, pardoned the people, and conferred titles to the 6 palaces. She smoothly became the empress, the motherly model of the country. But good times didn't last. When her was 4 years old, he drowned and died. She was extremely angry. Even when a young concubine provoked her in front of her, Emperor Zhao Qing's cold and heartless attitude couldn't compare to her anger at that time. She thoroughly investigated the 6 palaces and alerted the court. She wanted to find the murderer who murdered her son. Unexpectedly, in the end, she didn't find anything. It looked like the 5th prince had sneaked out to play and accidentally drowned. Other than that group of damned servants, there was no one else to blame. She went from anger to resentment. After all these years, she still couldn't forget it. She coldly watched the women in the inner palace fight openly and covertly and guessed which slut had killed her son. However, it was as if her eyes were shrouded in a layer of gauze. Layer after layer was pushed away, making it impossible for her to see clearly. Xu Fei, Yin Shi, was the daughter of the minister of the left. Her ancestry could be traced back 300 years. She was a branch left behind by the founding elder, Duke Pei. It could be said that her family had a long history. Her birth meant that as long as the Yin family didn't fall, Emperor Zhao Qing would never lack a place for her in the inner palace. Yin Shi had been born beautiful and talented, but she wasn't good at business. Her personality was cold and rigid, and she always liked to make trouble for Emperor Zhao Qing. So even though her family was the best, she had never received Emperor Zhao Qing's favor. She couldn't compare to Xue Shi, and she couldn't even compare to the ordinary Lu Shi. But what made people envious was that she had given birth to a good son. The 7th prince, Lu Hao, was skilled in both literature and martial arts. He was righteous and easy to approach. Adding on that he was studious and hardworking, he was the type of son that all parents in the world hoped for. So Emperor Zhao Qing greatly favored this son and had endlessly rewarded him from a young age. When the 4th prince's birth was low, and the princes before him had all died by the heavens and didn't have a son, he naturally paid the most attention to Lu Hao. Empress Rui felt that the most suspicious person was Xu Fei. But with Xu Fei's personality, she didn't seem like a woman who was skilled enough to kill without leaving any traces. Then there was Xuan noble consort. As the daughter of the right minister, she came from a prestigious family and had 3 generations of loyalty. She had been arrogant for a while in the crown prince's fu. This had to do with her father's prestige in the court, and the fact that her Tanhua older brother had been recognized by the previous emperor. But later, bad news came out of the Shui family. First was old Madame Shui's death from illness, then that great young Master Shui suddenly died on his way out of Jing. She had been in the Fu for 3 years without any news. Because of this, Shui sure became well-behaved. Until she entered the palace and gave birth to the 9th prince. Before she could be proud again, Emperor Zhao Qing gave her another blow. Using the excuse that his body was weak, he sent the young Lu Tan to Mount Longhu to recover. This trip lasted for more than a decade. It was so long that Empress Rui couldn't help but feel sympathy for Xuan noble consort. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, the 9th prince would be summoned back to Jing and shock the world at the Double Yang gathering? Even the 7th prince, who was older than him, had suffered a loss at his hands. Shui Shi was a person with the position of Gui Fei on her head, but she was able to endure for so many years under all the rumors and be mocked behind her back. This kind of shrewdness, to be able to unknowingly kill her there was nothing wrong with it. But the problem was, when the 5th prince had his accident, Xuan noble consort had just been diagnosed to be pregnant. Rui Empress had given birth to more than one child and knew the perseverance of a mother. When she was pregnant, her only thought was to protect the child. Even if it was for the sake of the child in her womb, she wouldn't allow any danger to appear by her side. Where would she have the extra thoughts to harm others? Nyang Nyang, your body hasn't been well recently. It is best not to think too much. Jingshang Gong saw Rui Empress's thoughtful expression and guessed that she was thinking about the incident of the 5th prince's death. As he advised in a warm voice, he put the book of Kun into his sleeve, saying, Nyang Nyang doesn't have to worry about Sun Guiren. Maybe you will hear good news this month. As to the Imperial Lady of Kunling Bureau, since the Holy One gave her a title, it is to honor this person. Rather than going against her, why don't we invite her in to form a good relationship and see what kind of person she is? What can Zhong Chui Palace give her? We don't lack for her. Chapter 632. Yu Shu had rested for 2 days because of moving. As soon as she returned to the Celestial Commissioner, she received the Empress's order. She was not surprised at all. She packed up, gave a few words to Wen Shao and then went with the people sent by the palace. The Phoenix Perching Palace wasn't as cold and cheerless as Yu Shu had imagined it to be. Golden-colored glass, colorful paintings, exquisite sky flowers, and green potted plants filled the corridors. In this early autumn season, there wasn't the slightest bit of desolation. The eunuch led her into the palace door, and a palace maid came forward to guide her all the way to the side hall facing the sun. In other palaces, other than the palace master who lived in the main hall, the left and right side halls were mostly occupied by low-level concubines. Only Shiwu Palace was occupied by the Empress alone. This was the privilege of the Empress. She knew that this Empress was not favored. She had sat on the Empress throne for many years, but she had no children. She gave birth to 4 children for Emperor Zhao Qing. The 2nd princess married the Tao Wenguan Grand Scholar, the 5th prince died at a young age, and the 10th princess died a violent death. Now there was only a 9-year-old 14th princess by her side. The process of meeting the Empress was much more complicated than when Yu Shu visited noble consort Shui. She first changed clothes in the incense room in the side hall, and only had a thin shirt left. Her hair was almost scattered, and she had to comb it again. She had a special palace maid check her belongings and register them one by one to make sure there was nothing she shouldn't bring. Then she rinsed her mouth and lit a stick of incense in front of her. She sat quietly for a while and waited for an experienced old mammy to speak. Then she put on her clothes and went out. Yushu had already looked through the books in the Celestial Commissioner. This set of rules for meeting the Empress was passed down from the time of Emperor Onwu. In other words, it was made by Empress Ningjin when she was alive. Thinking about it carefully, it was not difficult to understand. Empress Ningjin was not only the mother of the country, but also the chief officer of the Celestial Commissioner. To say it disrespectfully, a large part of it restricted the behavior of the emperor. At the beginning of the founding of Duren, the customs and culture of the previous dynasty influenced the generation. Women's status was not as good as men. Many people thought that women should not interfere in court politics. There were many officials who attacked Empress Ningjin. By establishing such a rule, a lot of trouble was avoided. For example, this stick of incense in front of him had a purpose. It was called Three Thoughts Fragrance. It was said that in the past, there was a minister's wife who had some friendship with Empress Ningjin. Because her husband and son were convicted. She entered the palace to plead for mercy. With the determination to die, she smeared poison on the hairpin. Originally, she thought that if Empress Ningjin did not agree to her request, she would commit suicide in front of her. Empress Ningjin had heard the news early and did not refuse to see her, but after she entered the palace, he had someone lead her into a room and burned a stick of incense in front of her. He told her to sit motionless until the incense was extinguished. Only then was he willing to see her. In the end, the minister's wife calmed down while waiting. When the incense was finished, she gave up on the crazy idea. In the end, she didn't do anything stupid. This was how the incense got its name. This was a psychological tactic, but it was used in the rules of the palace. Yushu flipped through this piece of unofficial history in the collection of LoveLore Library. She had to admire Empress Ningjin's wisdom. Of course, Yushu didn't have any bad ideas. She leaned against the back of the chair and closed her eyes to rest. She didn't care about the old nanny who was staring at her. There were a few palace maids standing in the room. They quietly raised their eyes to look at this legendary messenger Miao Ling and secretly thought that she was really extraordinary. Those who came to Phoenix Perching Palace for the first time to visit the concubine were all trembling with fear and trepidation. However, this one in front of them was very relaxed and didn't even have a drop of sweat. Seeing that her eyes were closed, they wondered if she had fallen asleep. After half an hour, Yushu finally saw the current empress, Lady Rui, in the side hall. As a former commoner, seeing the noblest woman in the world, Yushu didn't feel particularly excited. Empress Rui's body was slender and thin. At first glance, she looked extremely weak. She was wearing a beautiful gold and lawn robe, her long silk tail hanging on her feet. Large gold pearls and bright jade hung from her heavy bun. She wasn't as beautiful as Lady Shui, wasn't as arrogant as Lady Yin, and wasn't as amiable as Lady Lu. There was a faint smile on her face. When she spoke to Yushu, it seemed intimate, but there was an indescribable indifference. This subject greets the Empress. Long live the Empress. Yushu knelt down. After kowtowing, she heard Empress Rui speak. No need for formalities, grant a seat. Two palace maids carried over a chair. It wasn't a stool or a block, but a chair with a backrest. Yushu glanced at the chair and instantly understood. The Empress had summoned her into the palace, not to make trouble for her regarding the Kun book, but to express goodwill. Thank you, Nyang Nyang, for your grace. Yushu sat down on the chair. She raised her head and looked at Empress Rui. She didn't behave like those female officials in the books and the chambermaids. The old mama on the side saw that she was so unruly and frowned. She was about to scold her when she was stopped by a look from Yi Gong, who was standing behind Empress Rui. Haha, Empress Rui laughed and said to Yushu, I heard that envoy Miao Ling was originally from the south. Yushu replied, yes, this subject is from Yang. Yang. Ben Gong has never been to the south. What are the customs of your hometown? Tell me about some interesting ones. Even though Empress Rui appeared to be approachable, her words couldn't help but contain a sense of superiority. Yu Shu knew that she was trying to find a topic to warm up and cooperated by talking about some of the things in Yiyang City. Empress Rui was very interested and occasionally asked questions. In the end, when it came to food, she had the servants present 3 colored pastries. She said that the imperial chef had just made the pastries from the south this morning for Yu Shu to try. After drinking tea and eating pastries, Empress Rui felt that it was time to warm up the atmosphere and went to the main topic. Kunling Bureau presented the Kun book for the 8th month. Ben Gong has seen it. Did the envoy make it? Yu Shu wiped her hands with a handkerchief and answered seriously. It was after this subject made a divination, and the right commander Darren made the final decision. If Empress Rui couldn't see what was hidden in the Kun book, she wouldn't be able to sit peacefully in her position. Yu Shu knew that she would ask, so she laid an ambush in her words. It sounded like Jing Chen's final decision wasn't bad, but who knew that the entire thing had been arranged by her alone? Jing Chen hadn't changed anything, stamped it, and submitted it to the palace. Pausing, a thread of unease appeared on her face. She asked, "This subject is frightened. Is there anything wrong with this month's Kun book?" Empress Rui saw her unease and her voice softened slightly. She said, "There's nothing wrong. But Ben Gong is in charge of the Fapine of the 6 palaces. There are some things that Ben Gong has to say to the envoy. Ben Gong's body had been unwell before and was only able to see you today. I heard that you have already met with the Nyang of the other palaces. They must have already explained some matters to you. There is only one point that Ben Gong has to mention again." Yu Shu stood and bowed, asking, "Please tell me, Nyang." Chapter 633. Yu Shu knew in her heart that the Book of Earth in the 8th month would definitely be against Empress Rui's wishes. Before entering the palace, she had speculated what countermeasures Empress Rui would have. Would it be like Xu Fei to intimidate her, or would it be like Lu Fei to move her with emotion and lure her, or would it be like Shuegue Fei to not hide anything and clearly wanted to win her over? She hadn't thought that Empress Rui didn't threaten or entice her. Instead, she started to talk to her about great principles. His Majesty has a myriad of affairs to attend to every day. During the day, he has to meet with the civil and military officials and review memorials from all over the country. Only at night will he be free. Only when he returns to the inner palace can he take a short rest. If he is exhausted and meets some insensible and unlikable palace girls, wouldn't that be troublesome? The female envoy should know that the creation of the Book of Earth was a rule passed down from the time of Emperor Xingzu. The original reason was for the Emperor's dragon body's health. If she blindly followed the rules and disregarded His Majesty's likes and dislikes, wouldn't that be putting the cart before the horse? His Majesty is the ruler, the female envoy is the subject cannot understand His Majesty's heart, how can I share the burden of the ruler? Rui Empress raised her voice in the last sentence. That slightly displeased expression was clearly questioning Yu Shu. But she didn't directly blame Yu Shu for tricking her in the Book of Earth in the 8th month. It wasn't that she didn't follow the rules, but that she was too well behaved and didn't care about the Emperor's feelings, so she lost her role as an official. Hearing this, Yu Shu couldn't just sit there foolishly. She lowered her head and left the chair that she had just warmed up. Your Highness is right. This subject was negligent. Yu Shu's mind was very clear. She couldn't challenge the Empress directly, so she could only say yes. Rui Empress saw her submit and her expression softened. Her voice became gentle again. It is good that the female envoy understands reason. Ben Gong isn't purposefully making things difficult for you. Considering that you are a new official, it is inevitable that you will make mistakes. In the future, you should be more flexible. Being rigid isn't a good thing. Just take the Kunling Bureau's Kun book this month as an example. There are some arrangements that aren't suitable. Speaking of this, Yu Shu certainly had to ask the Empress to point out which parts were inappropriate. Rui Empress raised her hand and He Shanggong, who was standing at the side, handed over the Kun book that had been copied in August. She flipped through it and said, "The newly promoted Sun Guiren in the palace is one with good fortune. His Majesty also likes her. Ben Gong saw that you arranged for 3 days. You are treated more generously than other people. This is not bad. But there is a problem with the day you chose. One day she is behind Xu Fei, the other day she is behind Zhao Ping. You probably don't know, but these two are both noble. As the day nears, it's hard to avoid jealousy and causing a headache for the emperor." Yu Shu thought that Rui Empress would keep her in suspense, but she clearly sided with that Sun Guiren. Her words were simply telling her, Sun Guiren is protected by Ben Gong, don't make things difficult for her. This subject will remember. As Yu Shu acknowledged, she thought back to the situation that day at Zhongcui Palace. Shui Guifei had hinted to her that Rui Empress didn't have a son and there weren't any young imperial sons in the palace that could be adopted. So she had the idea of using someone else's womb to have a child. She trained Sun Guiren, the little palace maid, and sent her in front of Emperor Zhao Qing. Once Sun Guiren became pregnant, Rui Empress had ways to make her fall out of favor. When she gave birth to a son, the son would naturally be adopted under her name. As it concerned the future throne, Rui Shi would have the power to fight. Looking at Rui Empress's actions now, it was true. Rui Empress was slightly surprised at Yu Shu's tactfulness. She had heard many of this Miao Ling's glorious deeds before. Most of them were against etiquette and shocking to the world. She had originally thought that she was a proud and rebellious woman. She hadn't thought that she would respond with one sentence. She had no way to use the soft knife that she had prepared. After thinking for a while, Rui Empress gave a few more instructions to Yu Shu. There really wasn't much to say, so she let her go. In the end, she called He Shanggong to see her out. Walking in the corridor outside the side hall, He Shanggong chatted a bit with Yu Shu with an amiable expression. Female envoy is young and promising. Do you have any brothers in your family? I have a younger brother. Yu Shu had heard long ago from Shui Guifei that Rui Empress had an old Shanggong by her side. He had a lot of face. It must be this one. Oh, is he at the age to go to school? My younger brother is 13. Which teacher did he take as his teacher? Yu Shu shook her head. He was sent to a school in the capital to learn how to read. He Shanggong paused in his steps and turned his head to say, Forgive this old servant for speaking bluntly. I've heard of official Yu's past. Your father was a proper scholar but died early. If he has a son, why doesn't he inherit his father's legacy? The young masters of Enling City, while they all go to school, all of them have a famous teacher. If young Master Yu is a scholar, he will naturally be taught by Darren. But if he is a scholar, at this age, he should find a famous teacher. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of his future? Yu Shu had a thoughtful expression. She really hadn't thought about finding a virtuous and respectable teacher for Yu Xiaoxiu to discipline him. It wasn't that she didn't care about Yu Xiaoxiu's future. At the beginning, she had planned to pass on the time of calamity to her younger brother, so she didn't have the intention of having Yu Xiaoxiu study the 4 books and 5 classics to sit for the imperial examinations. Then, when Yu Xiaoxiu chose to follow He Fangji to study medicine, she gave up even more. He Shanggong looked at her expression and added, I won't hide it from official Yu. The words just now were what Nyang Nyang had told this old servant to ask. If official Yu is interested, Nyang has a recommendation, great scholar Chiu of the Taowen school. He has the writings of Hanlin Zi, and is virtuous. His Majesty has praised him several times as an example of a scholar. Many scholars in the capital have come to pay their respects and hope to receive a few pointers. If young master you can take him as a teacher, it would be the best. Yu Shu understood. Just now, in the side hall, she had lowered her head to be a teacher. But Empress Rui wasn't one to make empty promises. This was the benefit promised to her. She had heard Shui Rui mention great scholar Chiu before. He really was a virtuous and respectable scholar. It wasn't that she was belittling herself, but with Yu Xiaoxiu's family, background, and age, he wasn't even good enough to be a scholar boy, much less a disciple. But once Empress Rui opened her mouth, the impossible became a sure thing. The second princess was the Empress Di daughter and was married to great scholar Chiu's eldest son, Chiu Hingji. With this layer of relationship, it was no wonder Empress Rui dared to promise her. Yu Shu only had this one younger brother. Naturally, she wanted to give him the best environment and education. Empress Rui had grasped this point well. If it was anyone else, it would be hard not to be moved. It was a pity, she smiled inside but her expression was cautious. He Shanggong, who was waiting for her to answer, said, let me go back and think about it. He Shanggong glanced at her, nodded and didn't say anything else. After sending him out of the palace gates, she turned back. Empress Rui was still in the side hall and hadn't moved. Seeing her return, she asked, how was it? What did she say? He Shanggong replied, she said she needed to think about it. Empress Rui was surprised again. Just now, she had thought that Yu Shu was tactful. How come she didn't know what was good for her? To be able to become Chiu Luanxi's inner disciple, other people couldn't even pray for it and this person was so picky. Based on what you think, what is going on with this person? Empress Rui hesitated. Today's matter had gone smoothly, but why did she feel it wasn't right? Even He Shanggong, a shrewd person, couldn't tell if Yu Shu was good or bad. He thought for a while before speaking, she doesn't look like a short-sighted person. I can't find any mistakes. Maybe she has ulterior motives and is just pretending to be courteous with you. He Shanggong hesitantly brought up a matter. At the Hibiscus Gentlemen's Banquet in June, Miss Si Zhu and Yu Daren were at odds. Miss Si Zhu was incited by Xu and Junju and stirred up trouble with this Yu Daren. Duchess Jing almost threw her out. Adding on the rumors, Yu Daren is someone who hates evil. It's possible that he doesn't have a knot in his heart. The corner of Empress Rui's mouth curled up. She sneered, she dares to go against Ben Gong. Lend her 10 guts. Chapter 634. Yu Shu came out of Perchingwu Palace. The little eunuch led the way. She followed behind with her hands behind her back, thinking about the instructions she had just received from Empress Rui. She was in Kuan-Ling Bureau and was a female official. She had to interact with the consorts in the Hogong. She couldn't just stay out of it, she couldn't curry favor from all sides, so she had to choose a good teammate. Of the 4 heavyweights of the Hogong, Consort Lu Xian had been implicated in the imperial envoy's headless case and had lost. Lu Yi, that boy, had no hope of inheriting the throne. Xu Fei didn't need to be said. Her Lao Qi, Ning Wang, was a good son, but Yu Shu had been ambushed by him multiple times. He was an enemy and not a friend. In the future, it could be a life and death situation. The possibility of turning an enemy into a friend was almost zero. As for Empress Rui, even though she was the mother of the world, she pitifully had no children. Seeing that Emperor Zhaoqing was getting old, she was forced to think of using someone else's womb to have a child. Even more, that son Gui might not even be able to have a son. It was very risky to stand with her. As for Imperial Consort Shui, she had the support of her maternal family, the Shui family. Lu Tan was a good boy, unlike Lu Yi, who was a pile of mud that couldn't be helped. Most importantly, there was the unspeakable relationship between Yu Shu and Shui Rui. All in all, there was the possibility of being on the same side as Imperial Consort Shui. So Empress Rui's speech to her in Perching Wu Palace was a waste of words. Yu Shu thought it over again and felt that it was best to be on the same side as Imperial Consort Shui. Once she stepped out of the palace gates, she threw Empress Rui's instructions to the back of her mind. She wasn't afraid of threats, she didn't care for rewards. Since Empress Rui hadn't taken advantage of her, why should she listen to her orders? The consorts with status in the Hogong learned that Yu Shu had been summoned into the palace by Empress Rui on the same day. When Xu Fei heard the news, she immediately sneered. She hadn't seen the Book of Great Earth in August. Seeing the Empress' actions, she must be unhappy. Feng Shui changed with time. Could it be Xue Shi who could influence the intentions of the Kunling Bureau? She didn't like to join in on the commotion. She just wanted to watch as the two of Perching Phoenix Palace and Zhongchui Palace fought. Consort Lu listened to her trusted palace maid and said worriedly, "I don't know what the arrangements are for this month. Even the Empress has been alerted. Could it be that official Yu accepted the Empress's bribe and didn't do a good job?" Concubine Lu, on the other hand, was able to keep her composure. She rested her embroidery on her knees, and the needle and thread in her hands did not tremble at all. She raised her head and said, "What's the hurry? Didn't my family's little grandaunt enter the palace a few days ago to have her fortune told?" Compared to the other palaces, the atmosphere at noble consort Shui's side was obviously much better. Early in the morning on the second day of the new year, Zhongchui Palace had received the green token from the Bureau of Palace Affairs. It was noble consort Shui's turn to serve the emperor tonight. As soon as Yu Shu stepped into Phoenix Perching Palace, a spy reported to Zhongchui Palace. Noble consort Shui was standing in front of a large bronze mirror with the head of a beast. She was trying on the newly tailored clothes for this season. Two palace maids knelt by her feet and tidied up the hem. When she heard the report, she smiled at the figure in the mirror with a rosy face and waved her hand to dismiss them. Granny Tao was slightly worried. How can Miss Yu remain unmoved if the Empress intervenes? Why don't we send someone to wait in front of the passageway? Later, we'll intercept her and Master can give her a few words. That's unnecessary. Noble consort Shui turned around and said, "Anything that is tempting must have the power to incite people. It's nothing more than fame and fortune, love and hatred. This Yu Shu is currently at a time when she has both fame and fortune. She doesn't lack anything, so it's not good for her to be threatened or tempted. Nanny, why do you think she would be used by us?" Granny Tao lowered her head and thought for a while, but couldn't say anything. Since it's not hatred, then it's friendship. Dalong has a good relationship with her and the two of them claim to be siblings. When she was poor, he helped her a lot. She's not an ungrateful person. People have close and distant relationships. Now that she wants to talk about friendship with us, if we try to take advantage of her weakness and use some kind of carrot and stick tactic, wouldn't that make things worse? Noble consort Shui was very clear about why Yu Shu would stand on her side and help her do things. Granny Tao revealed a look of shame. As expected, Your Highness is good at reading people and has thought things through. She hesitated again and then asked curiously, "What was in the pouch that Your Highness gave Miss Yu the last time she entered the palace?" Only she would dare to ask about it in detail. Noble consort Shui stroked the corner of her lips and lightly smiled. It's just a small gift." It was a small pouch that couldn't hold many pieces of gold and silver. It was just a piece of paper with a few birthdays written on it. It had been half a month since Yu Shu moved to Baochong Street. Her family had settled down, so she was ready to bring Aunt Chui over. Aunt Shui had already separated herself from the Ji family, so there was no need for her to hide anymore. Yu Shu took a horse carriage and went to the east side of the city with Yu Xiaoxiu to bring her back. Speaking of which, after Aunt Shui and Yu Shu opened their hearts that day, she had more or less figured out some things. After waiting for a long time, Yu Shu finally came to pick her up. There wasn't much to pack, so she had her maidservant take 2 bags and left with Yu Shu. The horse carriage went through the main gate. Although Yu Shu didn't want to take Aunt Shui back with great fanfare, there were people watching her all day outside. If people found out that she didn't go through the main gate after taking her mother, they would criticize her again. Aunt Shui got off the carriage and looked at the large courtyard. It was even more luxurious than the one in front of the Ji family's ancestral home. She was immediately stunned. For the past 2 months, she had been confined to the small courtyard by Yu Shu and didn't go out at all. Thus, she had never heard of Yu Shu's reputation and thought that Yu Shu was just a female disguise master who had passed the exams. She didn't know that Yu Shu had become an official in the imperial court and had even received a title from the emperor. After entering the main gate, there was a row of neat and tidy maidservants and manservants. 2 rows of people stood on the flat stone-paved path and bowed to greet her. "Welcome Furen back to the Fu. May Furen have good luck and good luck." Aunt Shui's legs turned to jelly. Even when she was helped into the hall and sat on a completely new armchair with a soft mat under her butt and fragrant tea in front of her, she still couldn't come back to her senses. Yu Shu glanced at the crowd of servants outside and frowned. This lineup wasn't arranged by her in advance. She didn't know whose idea it was. Son, ah. Aunt Shui took a long time to say these 2 words. She grabbed Yu Xiaoxiu's hand and stuttered, Is this our home? Those people outside, are they all our servants? I heard them call me husband and Furen just now. Don't tell me I'm dreaming. Quickly pinch me and see if it hurts. When Aunt Shui was young, her dream was to be the wife of the second master of the Yin family's concubine. Later on, she got married to Yu Xiaoxiu's father and became a pitiful scholar's wife. When Yu Xiaoxiu's father died, she was chosen by Ji Laosan. He didn't mind that she was a widow and brought her back to be a concubine. From beginning to end, she never dreamed of becoming a proper wife one day. She didn't expect that after so many twists and turns, she would be blessed by her children. She sat in the main seat of the hall and was respectfully called Furen. Yu Xiaoxiu, on the other hand, had a mother-son relationship with concubine Shui. Seeing that she was in a trance, he didn't dare to pinch her. He quickly turned his head to Yu Shu and gave her a pleading look. Yu Shu coughed and gave Yundo and Lin a look to leave. She closed the door and dispersed the group of people outside. She sat down on the other side of Aunt Shui, pulled the back of her hand, and patted it lightly. "Mother, what's wrong with you? I already said that I would bring you here to enjoy life. This residence is our family's, so you can rest assured and stay here. Daughter now has an official position. From now on, you are the proper Furen Yu. Mother Xiaoxiu and I are no longer someone's concubine and have no relationship with the Ji family." Aunt Shui blinked a few times and asked hesitantly, "What official position? What are you talking about?" Yu Xiaoxiu interrupted and said, "Mother, older sister has become a high-ranking official of the Celestial Commissioner. She is now a female official. You haven't seen older sister in her official robes and black veil. She looks so majestic." Hearing this, Mistress Shui reacted after a long while. She couldn't hold it in for a moment, and with a sob, she raised her head and actually cried on the spot. "My God, you're finally willing to open your eyes. You've made me suffer for most of my life. I've been a slave and a maid, and I've even married a short-lived ghost. I've been betrothed to a heartless man. You evil heavens, you heartless person. Your Yu family's ancestors must have accumulated good karma in their previous lives to have a wife like me. Not only did I continue your family's lineage, but I also raised a good daughter. Boo-hoo. Yu Shu almost laughed when she heard concubine Chui's tearful voice. However, she could also tell that concubine Chui had thought it through and didn't intend to go against her anymore. Zhao Hui knew that Yu Shu was going to pick up Aunt Chui today, so she prepared a welcoming banquet in advance. She wanted to leave a place for the mother and children to talk, so she didn't go to the front to welcome them. Hearing that they entered the gate, she led the two maidservants to the east stride courtyard. Yu Shu arranged a small courtyard for Aunt Chui. She assigned maids to clean, and the bed and quilt were newly changed yesterday. As soon as Xiao Hui entered the courtyard, she heard voices coming from the main room. A woman spoke with a southern accent. Before she reached the door, she saw a thin woman walk out in small steps. She stood in the corridor in a hurry and looked around. Yu Shu and Xiao Xiao followed behind her. Zhao Hui glanced at her roughly. She saw her arched eyebrows and almond-shaped eyes. Her face was somewhat similar to Yu Shu's. She knew that this was the mother of the siblings. She was 1 or 2 years older than Zhao Hui, so she walked forward to greet her with a smile. Aunt Chui didn't know Zhao Hui, but she knew that this pair of children had recognized a foster family. On the way here, Yu Shu told her something again. It was nothing more than telling her not to be petty. The two families were a family and they could live in harmony in the future. Aunt Chui didn't want her children to find other parents and show filial piety for no reason. However, she didn't care about Yu Shu's affairs. Now that her daughter had entered this big house and became an official, she felt like she was dreaming. She didn't want to find fault, so she just responded to Zhao Hui with a smile. The two women struck up a conversation. You praise my daughter's good looks, I thank you for taking care of the children for me. Sister and sister immediately called each other, not at all distant, which surprised Yu Shu. In the afternoon, He Fengji didn't come back from the clinic. Aunt Chui followed Zhao Hui to see old Madame He. The family of women and children sat around the table and had a banquet. Aunt Chui drank a few cups and got drunk. She pulled Zhao Hui and cried, telling her how hard it was for her to raise the two children. Although Zhao Hui knew that this woman didn't treat the two children well, and especially didn't care about her daughter, Yu Shu, she couldn't help feeling sympathetic when she saw her complain. Her previous prejudice against Aunt Chui also faded a lot. Chapter 635. In just half a month, the luxurious residence on Baochang Street had purchased dozens of people. From the ones who swept the floor in front of the door to the ones who guarded the door, not a single one of them wasn't a sinner that Yu Shu had carefully selected from the supply house. In total, she had spent nearly 1,000 taels of silver. Even those wealthy officials, eunuchs, and gentry families weren't as extravagant as her, willing to waste money on a few slaves. Xan Lu heard that Yu Shu's big house had been tidied up. She didn't wait for Yu Shu to send someone to invite her. She felt a little puzzled from the moment she entered the door. The gatekeeper ran an errand and led her to the living room. 2 maids came in to serve tea and cold dishes and then quietly left. When the servant from the front yard ran to the backyard to invite Yu Shu over, she suddenly realized what was strange. The servants in the Lotus house were too well behaved. They did not have the shyness of a small family, nor did they have the timidity of a newly bought servant. They treated people and received guests in an orderly manner. It really made people mistakenly think that they had entered an old mansion. Xan Lu was surprised by Yu Shu, and then she knew why. You mean that all the servants in your mansion were bought from the conferred courtyard, that black-hearted place? Xan Lu was surprised. How much money did you spend? For a family like the Xan family, every year they had to replace the servants, buy new ones and sweep away the old ones. It was always the housemaid who brought people to the mansion to choose for them. They never went to the conferred courtyard to be slaughtered. It was only when her younger brother added a page boy last year that he made a special trip to the conferred courtyard. He spent the price of 4 or 5 pages to buy a boy who could read and write. Yushu calculated the total and roughly told her the number. Who gave you this bad idea? You can't waste money like this, right? If you had told me earlier, I would have asked my mother to find you a few housemaids for officials. If you bought too many maids, they would have given you some rough ones. Xian Lu bitterly lectured Yushu. Every month, she could get money from her parents and grandfather, so she had her own little treasury. Seeing Yushu spending so much money, he was worried for her. It would be wrong to say that Yushu was wasteful. At the end of the day, it was because they had different ideas. Other families usually bought slaves to train them, but she was willing to buy slaves that had been trained well. This mentality was similar to the hiring of most modern companies. They were more willing to hire people with qualifications and experience than those who had just entered society. For the sake of efficiency, spending a little more money was worth nothing. What's more, she was not short of money at this time. Not counting the debt she won from the Chui family's big gambling house, she still had tens of thousands of taels of profit from the crystal business in Jibiozai. That's not how the accounts are calculated, Yushu explained to Xian Lu. I used to be a poor commoner. How would I know how to discipline my servants? Instead of buying an ignorant one to give me a headache, it's better to buy a ready-made one. Xian Lu thought that this was reasonable, so he did not complain about her anymore. He continued to ask about her housewarming banquet. Grandfather asked me yesterday. Have you picked a good day? Ever since the Water and Land Conference, Yushu had not appeared at LoveLore Library. The invitation sent to her residence did not receive a reply. The Celestial Commissioner was not a place where people could be stationed. Many people wanted to see her, but there was no way to do so. Many people came to Xian Lu to ask about her. They were all waiting to see when she would open the door to the banquet. I have chosen the day. It's on the 12th of this month. I'm just afraid that everyone will be too busy since it's close to the Mid-Autumn Festival. If I don't invite them and leave an empty banquet, it will be a joke. Hearing her words, Xian Lu rolled his eyes and said, as long as you invite them, no one will dare to not give you face. Yushu laughed and did not mention it. She planned to put on a big show this time and put the housewarming banquet and the thank you banquet together. The Ministry of Rights had already stamped the golden seal. Emperor Zhao Qing wanted to use her title to make a fuss, so she should cooperate and publicize it. Next, Yushu proposed to bring Xian Lu to see her large garden. Xian Lu was dragged along by her, thinking that there was nothing much to see. It was nothing more than fake mountains and rivers, red flowers and green trees. However, after passing through a moon gate, there was only green mist in front of them. After a dozen steps, a plum blossom deer raised its horn and took small steps, stepping on the fallen flowers on the ground. It passed in front of them, glanced at them, and continued to stroll, not the least bit afraid of strangers. Xian Lu widened her eyes and walked forward. She saw monkeys squatting on the mountain wall, big-tailed squirrels shuttling between the branches, and a row of exquisite bird cages hanging at the bottom of the corridor. Inside were thrushes, skylarks, and wrens. Everything was there. What attracted her attention the most was a pair of white jade canaries. They had the same white feathers and red eyes, and their cries were melodious. Her grandfather liked to play with birds. She would occasionally hear him recite a few lines from the bird scriptures, so she knew that these canaries were not ordinary rare. Xian Lu had seen her fair share of gardens. She had even been to the imperial garden in the imperial palace. However, she had never seen someone like Yushu, who made her garden look like a wild mountain garden and raised a group of intelligent and adorable birds and beasts. This was the first time she had seen such a thing. Because of this, Xian Lu's interest in touring the garden increased. She dragged Yu Shu, walking here and there, picking flowers and weeds, playing with birds, and chasing foxes. She had a lot of fun. Before leaving, Xian Lu hugged a fluffy little rabbit that she had picked up in the grass nest. She was reluctant to let it go, so Yu Shu simply asked someone to go to the garden and catch another rabbit, making up an even number for her to carry away. In the evening, when Yu Xiaoxiu came back from school, he went straight to his room. There were several independent small courtyards in the mansion, so everyone didn't need to squeeze under the same roof. Yu Shu had asked for Yu Xiaoxiu's opinion. She gave him a separate courtyard. Aside from Bai Ran, a book attendant, she also assigned a manservant named Chun Er to serve him. There were many benefits to being a sinful slave who came out of the consecrated people's courtyard. The first one was his duty. The sky hadn't darkened yet, and Chun Er was already guarding the grass path at the second gate. When she saw Yu Xiaoxiu coming from afar, she called him second young master and ran over to take the bag of books from Yu Xiaoxiu's shoulder. Now that the two families had come together, in order to avoid a mess, Yu Shu and Zhao Hui had discussed it and set up a new rule. They had the servants call her eldest young miss, Yu Xiaoxiu was the second young master, He Xiaochuan was the third young master, old madam he was the old madam, and Aunt Shui was no longer someone else's concubine. She called her Madam Yu. Second young master came back early today. You didn't go to the medical center. Although Chun Er was 1 year younger than Yu Xiaoxiu, he was like a bamboo pole. He was half a head taller than Yu Xiaoxiu. He held the bag of books with both hands and followed behind Yu Xiaoxiu with his back bent. He looked like a shrimp, which was quite comical. Yu Xiaoxiu wanted to laugh when he saw him, but he didn't tell him to straighten his back and walk. I didn't go. Today, Master gave me a lot of homework to do. A few days ago, many servants were brought into the mansion. On the second day Chun Er came, his sister called him in alone to give him a lesson, making him truly realize that his identity was different from before. His biological sister became a high-ranking official of the Celestial Commissioner, and even the Emperor bestowed her a title. The family lived in a mansion that was even grander than the Ji family's old residence. Dozens of servants obediently called him young master. They lived a life where they could stretch their hands and open their mouths to eat. Although Yu Xiaoxiu hadn't adapted yet, he clearly knew that he was no longer the burden of sleeping on a wooden bed in the servants' room of the Ji family's compound in Yang City, eating leftovers. Instead, he had changed from a half-servant to a master. The master and servant followed into the small courtyard. Bai Ran, who was wearing a brand-new silk gown, came out of Yu Xiaoxiu's study with a stack of red paper dotted with gold. When she saw them, she stopped to greet them. Second young master, school is over. Yu Xiaoxiu nodded and walked over to pick up the top invitation in his hand. He looked at it and asked, "Have you finished copying the name list my sister gave you?" Yu Shu had already sorted out the guest list for the 12th of August. Because all the servants in the mansion thought that Bai Ran's handwriting was the most pleasing to the eye, she gave him the task of copying the invitations. As a result, Bai Ran didn't follow Yu Xiaoxiu to Baichuan Academy to accompany him in his studies. Instead, he woke up early in the morning and stayed in Yu Xiaoxiu's small study to copy the invitations. He wanted to finish the task eldest miss had given him as soon as possible. I've finished copying. I'll send it to eldest Mississippi. Bai Ran had grown a lot darker than when he was first bought. His originally weak little pretty face had a bit more heroic spirit. Then go quickly and come back quickly. Don't delay dinner. Yu Xiaoxiu affectionately patted him on the shoulder. Even if there were many servants in the family, Bai Ran was different to him. This youth was smarter than him and was also a good scholar. He had once been a young master of a wealthy family, so there was no way he could order him around like a servant. Bai Ran softly snorted. He glanced at Chun Er, who was following behind Yu Xiaoxiu with a hunched back. She was wearing the same short-sleeved shirt that the mansion had just given to the servants. His heart was slightly bitter. He lowered his head and quickly left. Not long after Yushu sent Xie and Lu away, Bai Ran sent over the invitations. She randomly picked a few and was very satisfied with the neat and beautiful writing. She called Yundo, who was at the side, to give Bai Ran a piece of silver. Well done. In the future, I will add another set of paper and ink to Xiaoxiu's room. You should practice more when you have time. Don't delay it. A trace of happiness appeared on Bai Ran's slightly reserved face, and she quickly thanked Yushu. After receiving the reward, she withdrew and didn't stay for even a moment longer. It was dark outside. Lanterns were hung under the eaves of the courtyard. Bai Ran walked along the porch. He saw two people coming out from the opposite corner of the door. He recognized the one in front. She was the new maid of eldest Mississippi. Her name was Lin. The one behind had her head hanging down. He could only see half of her white neck. Bai Ran looked at her and quickly withdrew his gaze. He silently said in his heart, "Don't look at indecent things," and hurriedly went out of the courtyard. Xian led the recovered Akiko to see Yushu. She didn't pay attention to where Bai Ran went out. Akiko was more sensitive. She was walking when she suddenly stopped. She turned her head and stared at the direction of the empty courtyard. There was some doubt in her eyes. What's wrong? Xian saw her stop and look around. She pulled her and called her back to reality. Akiko quickly shook her head and timidly said, "Nothing." Chapter 636. The autumn had passed, and the weather had turned cold in the 8th month of the lunar calendar. Yushu generously asked Pei Jing to find a few capable tailors to buy a set of autumn clothes for the servants who had been bought in. She did not skimp on the material, and all the clothes were made of sturdy silk. She also gave each of them a pair of thick-soled shoes. And Baikue wore a clean shirt with a small sleeve, and her hair was neatly combed into a pair of hair that hung behind her ears. She half knelt in front of Yushu with her hands clasped on her knees, so that Yushu could only see her bangs. With such an obedient and pleasant behavior, it was hard to imagine that she was a foreigner from Japan. Not long ago, Yushu brought her back from the concubine and asked about her background. After the incident, Baikue fell seriously ill. Taking into account that Baikue had been tortured in the prison, she was placed in the backyard by Yushu and asked someone to take care of her. As for Baikue's talent, Yushu wasn't in a hurry to use her. "This servant greets master and thanks you for saving my life. This servant has no way to repay you and is willing to work like an ox or a horse for you." Baikue ate, drank, and slept well at Yushu's place for a period of time. She didn't have to deal with the dead anymore, and Xian, and Lin, who took care of her, were gentle and kind. She was secretly glad that she had escaped from the abyss of suffering, and her gratitude towards Yushu increased day by day. Yushu heard her say the words, "servant," so smoothly. She didn't know how many times she had rehearsed these two sentences in her mind, but she just wanted her to know how to repay her kindness. "Get up. Your injuries haven't healed yet, so there's no need to bow. I heard that you have something to tell me." Yushu naturally wouldn't ignore this weirdo who could see people's souls. She had the two maidservants take turns to take care of her, and they would ask about her every day when they came back. Today, when she asked about her, Xian told her that this child wanted to see her. Yushu was curious about what Baikue wanted to tell her. It shouldn't be just to show her loyalty. Yes, this servant doesn't dare to hide something from master. Baikue shrunk her shoulders and secretly raised her head to look at the maidservant beside Yushu. She was hesitant about whether she should say it directly. Yushu saw her strange expression and had Xian and the others leave. She thought that Nbekwe couldn't possibly have anything important to say. She must have seen someone's soul come out of their body. It was either someone who was already dead or someone who was about to die. Seeing her hesitant appearance, could it be that it was because of these maidservants by her side? All right, if you have something to say, just say it. Yushu knew what was going on and waited for Mbeki to continue. Yes. Mbeki lowered her head and said softly, I saw a ball of light above Master's head. Yushu was stunned for a moment, and then her expression turned ugly. The Japanese girl in front of her had yin-yang eyes, and she could see the ghosts on the bodies of the dead. She could also see the omen of death, which was the ball of light she was talking about. If that was the case, wouldn't she be at death's door? Are you sure you didn't see wrong? She couldn't believe it. Yesterday, she had burned a pill of Mahu incense to make a divination for herself. She had been very lucky recently. How could there be a death calamity? Look up at me. Don't lower your head. What light are you talking about? Do I have it on my body right now? And Nbekwe obediently looked up at her and answered, yes. It's the same as the first time I saw Master in the palace. There's a red light on both of you. Hearing this, Yushu's expression turned cold. She sat up straight and stared at Nbekwe. You saw me when you saw me in the palace. Why did you only tell me now? I've brought you back for some time. Aren't you afraid that I'll suddenly die one day? Ha! Seeing Yushu's unfriendly expression, Nbekwe realized that she hadn't made herself clear. She immediately blushed. Afraid that Yushu would misunderstand, she shook her head like a rattle drum. No, no, no. That's not what Kuezi meant. She looked like she was about to cry. Her knees went soft, and she knelt down. She stuttered again, Kuezi, I saw a spiritual light on Master's forehead. No, no, it wasn't on the top of your head, it was right here. On the dead, it's a ghost light. On the living, there's a spiritual light. There's such a big ball. Master's spiritual light isn't on the top of your head, but on your forehead. There's only a tiny bit of it, and it's red. It's the first time Kuezi has seen such a spiritual light. I don't know why, but when I saw Master again after the Water and Continent Conference, you were alive and well. No, so you wouldn't die. Kuezi isn't what you think. She gestured a bunch of things on her forehead. Yushu barely understood what she meant. After sorting it out, Nbekwe called the out-of-body soul of the dead, ghost light, and the out-of-body soul of the living, spiritual light. Normally, when she saw a spiritual light, she would die within a few days. However, from the end of the Water and Continent Conference to when Nbekwe saw her again in the residential institute, it had already been 10 days to half a month. She had exceeded the time limit of death, but she was still safe and sound. Therefore, Nbekwe didn't think that the spiritual light she saw on her body was a sign that she was about to die. More importantly, Nbekwe had seen people who were about to die in the past. The spiritual light was on the top of their heads, but hers was on their forehead. Looking at Nbekwe pointing at her forehead, Yushu couldn't help but reach out and touch her forehead. It was just between her eyebrows, half an inch above. She gestured. Was there a red spiritual light the size of a copper coin? She picked up the cup on the coffee table and looked down at her forehead with the reflection of the tea. There was nothing. Yushu was deep in thought. If Nbeki wasn't lying, then what she saw was undoubtedly her soul. Since it wasn't a sign that a person was about to die, then why did her soul leave her body? Thinking of a possibility, Yushu's heart couldn't help but beat faster. Heaven and earth knew that this body wasn't hers. The original owner had died 800 years ago. Could it be that Abe could see the light on her forehead because she wasn't the original one? Is this the first time you've seen me like this? Yushu choked. He unconsciously lowered his voice and questioned Enbiki. Enbiki nodded hurriedly. Have you told anyone else about me? Yushu was a little worried. She finally knew why Enbekue stared at her like that when she first saw her in the palace. She was afraid that Enbekue would report everything to the two Donging people with her and cause more trouble. Enbiki quickly shook his head again. No, Queasy didn't tell anyone. Yushu only felt that she had guessed the truth. Her mood was inevitably messed up. Her tone wasn't very good. Watch your mouth. Don't mention this to anyone again. Do you understand? Yes, I won't tell anyone. Master, don't worry. Enbiki answered carefully. She didn't dare to ask more. She was afraid that if Yushu was unhappy, she would drive her away. Yushu was lost in thought for a while. Her eyes moved and she saw Enbekue was still kneeling there. She was trembling and her face was pale. It was unbearable to look at. All right, get up. Don't lie on the ground so easily. Yushu's expression softened. Enbekue told her everything because she was honest. If she deliberately hid it, how would she know that she had already been exposed? She called Aksayan in and pointed at Enbekue. Let her rest for a few more days. Bring her here when she's better. Take care of her for now and teach her the rules. Enbekue understood Chinese very well. She knew that this meant that she was fine. Yushu didn't blame her and even allowed her to stay. She was so happy that she squeezed out 2 drops of tears and hurriedly followed behind Aksayan. Aksayan could tell that her mistress treated this girl with a strange background very differently. She was willing to spend money to treat people's illnesses and medicines. She didn't work for free. Perhaps she had other uses for her, so she didn't dare to slight her. She agreed readily and took Enbiki's hand to leave. When they reached the courtyard, she didn't let go. Instead, she asked in a low voice, "Why is your hand so cold? Are you okay?" Sister Aksayan, I'm fine. Ever since Enbekue was given as a gift to the great General Ashikaga and separated from her mother, she had never been cared for like this. Her nose turned sour and she wanted to cry again, but she held it back. Sigh, it's good that you're fine. Xin walked with her to the corner door. Seeing that there was no one around, she whispered to her, I don't know what you did in the past, where you came from, or what crime you committed to be sold into the penitentiary. But since you're out, don't always think about the past. To tell you the truth, it's our good fortune to be able to follow a mistress like Mistress. Mistress is capable and kind-hearted. She's willing to treat us well. If we serve her wholeheartedly and listen to her, we won't have to worry about not having a good life in the future. Don't you think so? Xin thought that Enbekue was being stubborn in front of Yushu, so she comforted her out of goodwill. She didn't know that Enbekue's awareness was even higher than hers. Sister is right. Enbekue nodded and said with a serious face, whatever mistress tells me to do, I'll do it. I won't go wrong. The whole family had dinner together in old Madame He's courtyard, except for Aunt Shui, who said that she had a headache and didn't come. She asked someone to send the food over. After dinner, Yu Xiaoxiu went to see his mother. Yushu was too lazy to put on a show at home, so she didn't go. She took Yindo back to her room, and the maidservants poured tea for her to rinse her mouth and wash her hands. She sat on the recliner absent-mindedly and tossed and turned, thinking about what Enbekue had said. The more she thought about it, the more certain she was that the thing that came out of her forehead was all because she was wearing it. This was thought-provoking. Enbekue's seemingly useless yin-yang eye not only could see living souls and the undead, but it could also tell that someone wasn't original. Yushu's thoughts wandered. She couldn't help but wonder if there was someone like her in this world who had transmigrated from hundreds of years in the future. It wasn't that she hadn't thought about this before, but she hadn't thought about it carefully. However, Nbekue's appearance forced her to face this matter. What if she had someone else like her? Could it be that they weren't far away and were in the capital? Was that person a mediocre person, or was he hiding this secret just like her, and was doing well in this blind dynasty? Chapter 637. After the Water and Land Conference, the Japanese envoy had been ordered to occupy the islands of the East Sea. Once it was verified, the court debated whether to send troops to attack the Japanese as a punishment. The opinions were mainly divided into two groups. One group thought that the Japanese island nation was unfavorable in crossing the sea and that it was best to send envoys to the Japanese first to denounce and question them. If the other side apologized sincerely, there was no need to mobilize troops. The other group thought that the Japanese great general Ashikaga was ambitious and dared to covet the territory of the court. If they didn't send troops to attack, it wouldn't be enough to deter Zhou. Both sides stuck to their own opinions and refused to give in. Emperor Zhaoqing was hesitant. Half a month after the Water and Land Conference ended, there was still no plan for this matter. With such a hot topic of discussion, few people paid attention to the murder case of the LoveLore Library, which had also happened during the Water and Land Conference. Shui Rui had been investigating silently for the past few days. Nobody urged him to hurry up, and the entire case seemed to be making no progress, but in reality, only Shui Rui himself knew exactly what he had found out. That day, there were still two groups of people arguing endlessly. Shui Rui was a fifth-rank Shaoqing of the Supreme Court. He was young and inexperienced. Although he had handled a few major cases, he didn't have much to say in the court. He didn't join in the fun. He stood among the civil officials on the left and watched the two sides argue coldly. As the princes came of age and moved out of the palace, the factions in the court became increasingly distinct. The 6 ministries were one. Although Yin Tianho and Shui Lingnan, the 2 ministers, were jointly in charge, they were also clearly divided. Yin Tianho had been the chief examiner of the imperial examinations 3 times in the dozen years of Zhaoqing. During the reign of the previous emperor, he had come from the Ministry of Appointments and held the position of Minister of Appointments. As a result, the current Minister of Appointments, Minister of Revenue, and Minister of Works were all his students. The right minister Shui Lingnan had come from leading troops. In the first year of Zhaoqing, he had already made great contributions and held the position of Minister of War for 10 years. The Ministry of War and the Ministry of Justice all followed his lead. And the Ministry of Rights, because of its authority, was always controlled by the Celestial Commissioner. Among the 6 ministries, the Ministry of Appointments and the Ministry of War were at the forefront, followed by the Ministry of Revenue. The Ministry of Justice and the Ministry of Rights were both government offices with little power. The Ministry of Works was a fertile land, but it didn't have much real power. Of Emperor Zhaoqing's few remaining sons, the 4th Prince Li Si had been stripped of his title and banished from the capital, the 8th Prince Lu Du was incompetent and mediocre, and the 11th Prince had been banished to Ascending Cloud Monastery a while ago. The remaining 12, 15, and 16 princes were either without support or too young. Empress Rui was childless. Without a legitimate eldest son, the 7th Prince Lu Hao, who was greatly favored by Emperor Zhaoqing and had the backing of the Yin family, was tacitly accepted as the first candidate for the Eastern Palace. In comparison, the 9th Prince, who had been sent to Mount Longhu since he was a child to cultivate his moral character, was much weaker. However, he had Shui Lingnan as his grandfather, so it was not impossible that he would not be able to fight for the throne in the future. The Celestial Commissioner was firmly appointed by Zhu Muzhao. It was not an exaggeration to say that his words were the law. Zhu Muzhao was deeply trusted by Emperor Zhaoqing. In recent years, the Zhou family had not had a woman enter the palace as a concubine, so they could be considered to be in the middle. Count Zhongyong's residence had not been as glorious as it had been in recent years, but the Rui family's connections in the capital could not be underestimated. This kind of connections was not built on scholarly honors. To put it bluntly, it was based on nepotism. The Emperor of Qing had taken back his military power, but he had not been idle. The current empress was his biological sister, and the matriarch of Duke Jing was his aunt. His eldest daughter was married to junior supervisor Ren of the imperial astronomer. His second daughter was the daughter-in-law of Guo Huaiyan, an official of the Supreme Court. His third daughter was betrothed to the heir of the Marquis of Junan, who guarded Yunnan. His youngest daughter was unmarried, and it was Rui Zizhu, who was supposed to marry the Shui family. These were only the direct descendants. The rest of the girls were too many to count. It was hard for Rui Subaru to manage like this. Empress Rui could only blame her bad luck. She did not give birth to a single child, so she could not protect her first wife's son. The count's residents had gathered a network of connections, but had no place to place them. Therefore, no matter whether it was Shui Lingnan or Yin Tianho, they appeared to be amiable on the surface, but no matter how dirty they were in private, no one would take the initiative to find trouble with Rui Subaru. They were afraid that the count would take things too hard and stand on the other side. That was no laughing matter. For example, it was Prime Minister Shui's faction who insisted on directly sending troops to attack Wei country. Those who thought that envoys should be sent to denounce Wei country first were mostly Prime Minister Yin's people. Those who supported the two sides were all Rui Subaru's relatives and friends. Zhu Muzhao did not say anything, so no one in the Celestial Commissioner said anything. Several princes and dukes stood in front of the civil and military officials. Prince Xiang, who was dressed in an official robe, lazily lowered his eyelids, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. In the corner, Emperor Zhao Qing rubbed the bridge of his nose. Tiredness appeared on his face. With one sentence, he ended the debate for the day. Everyone's words are reasonable. Let me think about it and make a decision tomorrow. Court is dismissed. After this year's ancestral worship, Emperor Zhao Qing fell ill. After he recovered, he was not as energetic as before. The court officials all knew that, so it would be strange if they did not have any opinions. Dismissed. The eunuch in charge of etiquette shouted, and the civil and military officials bowed. The first one said, "Long live your majesty." Then, after waiting for the corner of Emperor Zhao Qing's robe to disappear from sight, the officials waited for a while before they left. It was not the day of the Lunar New Year, so there were only about 100 people in the court. Those who left first were the nobles and powerful officials. Shui Rui did not follow closely behind Prime Minister Yin like Yin Yuanrong, but waited for most of the people to leave before he walked out. Unexpectedly, as soon as he walked down the 9 dragon steps, he was stopped by someone. "Vice Minister Shui, please wait." Shui Rui turned his head and saw Ren Qiming dismissing a subordinate who was talking to him and walking towards him. His heart skipped a beat, and he guessed what was going on. Vice Supervisor Ren. Shui Rui cupped his hands and bowed slightly. "How is the investigation of the murder case in Taisha Library last month? Is there any progress?" Ren Qiming asked. Shui Rui sighed softly. "I am ashamed that I have not been able to find out the murderer's background." Ren Qiming said, "There have been a series of deaths in the library, causing the students there to panic. I will have to trouble Sir Shui to spend more effort on this matter. It is better to find the murderer as soon as possible." Hearing his words, if Shui Rui did not know about the case of the murderer, he would think that Ren Qiming was simply concerned about the safety of the students in Taisha Library. "Sir Ren, don't worry. I will not slack off." Ren Qiming nodded, turned around, and left. Shui Rui stood on the spot for a while until someone came up to strike up a conversation. Only then did he leave with that person. According to the schedule, it was Imperial Consort Shue's turn to attend to him today. After the court was dismissed, Emperor Zhao Qing did not even change out of his court attire. He strolled around the imperial garden for a while, and before the sky turned dark, he immediately set off for Zhongzui Palace. Along the way, he did not send the eunuchs to inform Emperor Zhao Qing, so when Emperor Zhao Qing stepped into the palace, Imperial Consort Shui was still sitting by the window, cutting flower branches. There was a pot of hibiscus that had just bloomed, and the pink flower leaves were glistening with silvery dew. However, it was not as beautiful as half of her face. Hearing the sound of footsteps, she turned her head and was startled. Immediately, she smiled like a flower and did not even bother to put on her shoes. Putting down her pliers, she got off the bed and was about to kneel down to pay her respects. However, her words were a little coquettish. "Your Majesty, why didn't you inform me that you were coming? I haven't even changed my clothes." If these two sentences were spoken by any other concubine in the palace, Emperor Zhao Qing would have fallen out with her, thought that the other party was being disrespectful, and walked away on the spot. However, facing the woman in front of him, he always had some tenderness and guilt that could not be dissolved. How could he not be happy? "Beloved, quickly get up." Emperor Zhao Qing did not wait for others to help him. He went forward to help Imperial Consort Shui up and pulled her to sit on the bed. With a pleasant expression, he said, "I walked over to your side unintentionally." He then looked up and down at the peach-colored unlined garment on her body. Her skin and bones that were exposed through the collar and cuffs were as white as crystal. He frowned and said to the palace maids kneeling below, "It's getting cold. Why don't you put on a few more clothes for your mistress? You are just sitting by the window to enjoy the wind. If she falls ill, I will not spare you." The palace maids serving in front of her were so frightened that they lowered their heads and apologized. Imperial Consort Shui gently shook Emperor Zhao Qing's arm and said in a gentle voice, "It's my fault for being afraid of the heat. Seeing that the sun is out today, I am too lazy to wear anything. They didn't listen to my advice. Now that you have come, you must stay and eat with me. In the morning, I ordered the kitchen to stew fresh deer tendons. This kind of weather is just right to eat." With just 2 sentences, the matter was over. Emperor Zhao Qing's attention was diverted. Imperial Consort Shui gave a look. Song Lan, the senior palace maid, hurriedly took a few servants and quietly left. She secretly broke out in a cold sweat and then rejoiced. For the next few months, the Book of Heaven had been arranged according to Phoenix Perching Palace's wishes. Although the number of days that the mistress served in bed was not less, it was either next to the lovely new nobles or next to the Empress and fair consort Shu, the 2 big heads. Running over to eat with the mistress in broad daylight almost no longer happened. Fortunately, the newly appointed imperial lady favored our mistress. Otherwise, as the days passed, there would be less and less hope. Imperial Consort Shui chatted with Emperor Zhao Qing for a while. She didn't talk about court politics or ask about his worries. She only picked out a few interesting things that had happened in Zhongchui's palace and told him. In the end, she even had someone bring out a large orange-red camellia to play with Emperor Zhao Qing. Emperor Zhao Qing saw that the flowers were well taken care of. After asking in detail, he discovered that this rare-colored camellia had been cultivated by Imperial Consort Shui herself last year. Only when it had taken a good shape did she present it in front of him. Emperor Zhao Qing appreciated this interest and asked her, "Everything was fine. Why are you in the mood to take care of these flowers and plants?" Imperial Consort Shui's smile froze. She lowered her head and gently plucked at the green leaves. With some reminiscence in her eyes, she chuckled lightly and said, "Your Majesty, do you still remember that when I was still in my boudoir, you once asked my eldest brother to give me a pot of flowers? It was a camellia." In the blink of an eye, so many years have passed, but I still remember the blooming of the flower, just like the sunset glow of the setting sun. Then, her beautiful eyes turned to look at Emperor Zhao Qing. Pointing at the camellia between the two of them, she asked, "Look, does the color of this flower look like the one you gave me back then?" Emperor Zhao Qing was a bit dazed. He vaguely remembered such an incident, but he had long forgotten what color the flower was. Seeing that she was reminiscing about the past, he couldn't help but think of when he was young and spirited. He felt guilty and couldn't bear to ruin her mood. He only nodded and said, "That's the color. It's good that you didn't forget." He then lovingly held it up and said, "Since I gave you one back then, why don't you return it to me now? I like it and will take it back to look at." How could noble consort Xue not agree? She happily gave it to him and said with a bit of heartache, "Then your majesty will definitely have people look after it. If it can bloom one more night, it will be one more night." Emperor Zhao Qing reached out to wipe her face and teased, "You still don't want to part with it? How about this? The flower was raised with great care by you, so I can't take it for free. If you have any wishes, why don't you bring them up now? We will agree to them and treat it as an exchange." Noble consort Xue shook her head and said, "Your majesty has treated me well. I have nothing to ask for." However, Emperor Zhao Qing didn't agree. He insisted on her saying a wish and fulfilling it for her. The two of them pushed back and forth. Seeing that Emperor Zhao Qing was about to lose his patience, noble consort Xue timely relented. She rubbed her forehead and thought for a while before saying to him, "My son's wedding date is approaching, but your majesty knows that my nephew Qingbai is already in his 20s. His marriage has been delayed until now and his brother and sister-in-law died early. As his aunt, I can't just ignore it. So, I want to ask for your grace. Allow me to pick a good one for him. In the future, when I choose a good family's young lady, I ask that your majesty personally appoint the marriage." Emperor Zhao Qing hadn't thought that she would bring this up. It wasn't for herself or for Lu Tan, but for Xue Rui. There was some thought in his eyes, but it only lasted for a moment. Seeing the anticipation on noble consort Xue's face, he slowly agreed, "We will do as you say. This concubine thanks your majesty." Noble consort Xue immediately stood up in joy to give her thanks. She silently let out a breath. This matter had made her stifled for 3 years. Now, the emperor had let it go. She didn't have to let the empress disgust her for the 10th princess' death. Chapter 638. On the 6th day of the 8th month, Yushu's big house on Baochang Street officially hung a plaque on the door and opened the door to greet guests. This signified that she, the recently popular female disguise master, had finally established her own house from a female fortune teller to a female imperial official, and then to meowing messenger. In fact, before she hung it on the door, Yushu had hesitated about what words to inscribe on the plaque. She wanted to use her surname to establish a foothold, or she could use a fashionable and elegant name for her residence, such as Prince Xiang's Dingbo residence. However, after she consulted Xue Rui's opinion, she still honestly chose the 2 words Yu residence. She forced Xue Rui to write the words, so she didn't waste any effort to ask for any famous calligraphy. On the day of hanging it on the door, people lit firecrackers, burned incense, and prayed to the door god. There were many onlookers on the street, and they surrounded a section of the gate. They all saw an offering table on the doorstep. The table was full of offerings, incense, and candles. A young man wearing a bright green robe with big sleeves was facing the north, and his back was facing the crowd. He was holding 3 sticks of incense and kowtowing. There was a lot of discussion in the crowd. Some passers-by murmured, "How old is he to become the head of a household and buy such a big house? I really don't know which family spoils him." This remark was heard by the people next to him, and they laughed. A quick-witted person patted his shoulder and said, "Brother, don't talk nonsense. The owner of the house who is burning incense is not someone you can casually make up. Have you heard of the meowing messenger personally appointed by the emperor? Don't be fooled by her young age. She is a disciple of an immortal family. She can call the wind and rain, and turn beans into soldiers." The person said in surprise, "Isn't the meowing messenger a woman?" This. Looking at the person burning incense in front of the door, he could see that the person's figure was more slender than that of a man. It was indeed a woman. Yushu opened the red carpet in front of the main gate and gave some instructions. Zhou, who brought a few servants with him to distribute the wedding cakes to the neighbors who were watching the bustle. The fist-sized cakes were filled with bean paste and peanut stuffing, filling up 2 large baskets. Every bite of the cakes added liveliness to the new house. On the day of hanging the door, Yushu did not intend to invite outsiders. She only sent someone to the minister's mansion to inform them. On this day, Shui Rui still came. It was bustling at the front. The main door was wide open and the voices of people could be heard. The womenfolk stayed in the backyard and did not come out, but He Fangji and Pei Jing stayed in the living room at the front to keep them company and talk to Shui Rui. Yushu was now a 5th-rank official, and her rank was not lower than Shui Rui's. So He Fangji, a common doctor, and Pei Jing, a businessman, did not have to be reserved when they sat in front of the minister's mansion's eldest son. In addition, Shui Rui deliberately lowered his position, and regarded himself as a junior, so the 3 of them had a lot to talk about. At first, when I met little Yu, I thought that she would be a successful person. Later, when I found out that she was a girl, I felt that it was a pity more than once. Who would have thought that she would be able to live up to expectations? Now, she has a scholarly title and an official position. Even as her uncle, thanks to her, my life has been getting smoother and smoother. Pei Jing felt honored when he mentioned Yushu, and he wasn't stingy in the slightest to fiercely praise this niece of his that he'd picked up for free in front of He Fangji and Shui Rui. Indeed, because Yushu got rid of Bai Qing and replaced him as the chief manager of the Taihing Chamber of Commerce, and because Yushu provided the unique crystal business, he not only earned a lot of money, but also gained a foothold in the capital's Chamber of Commerce overnight. Even the chief manager of the Tongji Chamber of Commerce, which was known as the capital's first, had to smile and call him Mr. Pei. When Shui Rui heard this, he smiled and turned to look at the figure walking over from the direction of the main door. Seeing that Yushu had arrived, He Fangji asked her to entertain Shui Rui and led his brother-in-law to the back to see their son. Earlier, he had asked Zhao Hui to remind Yushu about the misunderstandings between men and women. Now that she was an official, she could go in and out of the court, so these small matters were no longer restricted. After Yushu's mansion was completed, this was the first time Shui Rui returned home. The 2 of them got busy. After not seeing each other for some time, the first thing she did was to take him to the garden. It took a lot of effort to merge the 2 gardens into one and make it look like I wanted. Because of this, it took half a month, otherwise I would have moved here long ago. Last month, I wanted to invite you over to take a look, but I couldn't find you. Let's go, I'll take you to see the scenery. Shui Rui listened to her boasting, as if her garden was not worse than the Dingbo Hall that the emperor gave to the Prince of Xiang. He secretly laughed at her exaggeration, but didn't say it out loud. As soon as he stepped into the garden, he didn't feel anything out of the ordinary. Instead, the air seemed to be exceptionally fresh. However, after following her for half a circle in the garden, he heard a clear cry. Turning his head, he saw a pair of red-crowned cranes with white feathers standing by a small pond not far away, foraging for food. Finally, he couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise. How can you raise something like this? Cranes were mascots. Not to mention that these things were not easy to get, many rich and powerful people in the capital tried to raise them in captivity. But after the summer, these birds had to migrate for the winter. If they were kept in a cage, they wouldn't eat or drink until they starved to death. If they were released to wander around, they would fly away. But Yushu's pair of birds were left outside, letting them wander around. Their feathers were bright and clean, and they looked like they were in good spirits. Yushu looked at him with a puzzled expression. Why can't I raise them? Although this pair of white cranes are a bit expensive, they are very docile. When Shui Rui heard this, his expression became strange. You just let them outside like this? You don't even lock them in the cage at night. Why would I lock them up? They won't fly around. Shui Rui asked a few more questions, and then he learned that since she put the birds in the garden half a month ago, they have never been locked up. As long as the keepers put fresh fish and shrimps into the pond every day, they will only walk around in the garden. Occasionally, they will fly over the house and come back to eat. They don't go far at all. Shui Rui was surprised, but when he saw Yushu's expression of, this bird is very easy to raise, what's so strange about it, he swallowed back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Then he began to pay attention to the layout of the garden. He didn't know if it was a psychological effect, but he always felt that the trees in her garden were too green, the flowers were too blooming, and everywhere was fresh. It was obviously autumn, but there was no sign of them withering. It felt like there was a wall between them. No matter whether it was winter or summer outside, when they entered the garden, it was spring. When he thought up to here, Shui Rui couldn't help but smile, and then he looked at Yushu who led the way excitedly in front of him, and he said in his heart, I'm thinking too much. How could there possibly be such a miraculous place? Let me tell you, I arranged this garden according to the Chiman magic circle taught by my master. I buried several magic circle eyes under the ground, and every flower and tree here is very particular. I dare not say anything else, but the feng shui of this piece of land can't be better than it in the whole Anling city. Yushu was inspired by the feng shui pond that raised crystals, and she applied the 8 gates life and death tactics taught by Qingzheng to this chain garden. Only a master like her who became a monk halfway dared to be so bold. Was she not afraid of accidentally destroying the feng shui and killing people? The two walked around the garden and chose to sit in a small hall near the pond. Hearing Yushu's order, the maid quickly ran to serve tea and snacks. What do you think of my garden? The two sat next to the window railing. Not far away, they saw the pair of red-crowned cranes and a few mandarin ducks swimming in the pond. Excellent. Shui Rui could have a lot of praise, but when he said it, he felt that her garden was vulgar. There are a lot of empty places, and it lacks a good name. He was in the birds and the fragrance of flowers, and he felt refreshed. He was in a good mood, so he recommended a few names for the scenery in her garden. Not only was Yushu happy, she seized the opportunity when the maidservant came to deliver tea and snacks to ask someone to bring a brush and ink for the study room, and she asked Shui Rui to write quite a few words while he was in high spirits. Shui Rui's calligraphy was taught by the previous great scholar of the Tao Wenguan, Song Shaoxian. He was a famous calligrapher of the present age, but he was not bound by fame. He retired in the 9th year of Zhao Qing. I see that your small pond has running water, and there is a square stone by the pond. Later, find a craftsman to chisel the words. Shui Rui picked up the pen and wrote down the 2 words Jiugao. Cranes cry in Jiugao, sound heard in the wild. I just passed by a corridor, and the sound of birds under the corridor filled my ears. There was a pair of canaries, very beautiful. Shui Rui picked up the pen again and wrote down the 2 words Sherwen. In the green forest and wild house, the setting sun is clear. When you take off your scarf and walk alone, you can hear the birds. Then, in one breath, Shui Rui named the attic in the garden, the pavilion, the cave door, the mountain rock, and the small hall they were sitting in. Yushu, who was illiterate, couldn't tell good from bad, but she knew that the names were very meaningful. Thank you, eldest brother. Yushu joyfully counted the stack of words that Shui Rui wrote for her, then she blew the ink dry before neatly stacking them on a wooden tray. After that, she asked Lin to take it to her study room and put it away. Tomorrow, I will ask someone to find a craftsman. After the words are hung, I will invite you to come. Shui Rui was carrying the gold-stamped invitation for her banquet. She had personally given it to him when he came today. Counting the days, there were only a few days left, so he thought for a while and said, there will be a lot of people coming that day. In order to prevent those careless people from casually barging in and spoiling the flowers and plants in your garden, and frightening the birds and beasts, I'm afraid that you won't have enough people. How about I assign a few people to guard the garden for you? He was very clear about the situation of the new Yu residents. A few days ago, Lu Jiong had mentioned to him that she had generously bought people from the concubine's courtyard. It was a worry-free method. However, the people who came from the concubine's courtyard were well-behaved, but they were not powerful enough. If they met people who pestered endlessly, they might not be able to deal with them. She had already shown him the guest list for her banquet. There were all kinds of people coming. He came today to give her a reminder. Yushu, on the other hand, was worried that there were villains mixed among the guests, and if they knew some unusual tricks, they would do something to her garden and ruin her feng shui, so when she heard Shui Rui was willing to help, she didn't think too much before agreeing. That's for the best. I was worried that there would be a lack of people to order around. At this point, Yushu stopped playing around and thought about serious matters. She looked at the maidservant who was walking away and turned to ask Shui Rui, how is the investigation of the LoveLore Library case going? Is there any news? Chao Yuling died and Zhanshu Yuan died. The murderer was suspected to be the same person, but he was hiding it well. Shui Rui had a smile on his face just now, but now he restrained the corners of his mouth. He looked at her and said quietly, "You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure."